Good evening and welcome to tonight's meeting of Medway's Full Council. As usual, this meeting is being live streamed via the Council's website, and I would also like to welcome everyone who is watching online, as well as those here tonight in the public gallery. My chaplain, the Reverend Edward Wright, is currently away, and the Reverend Luke Bacon from St John's Church in Chatham has kindly agreed to attend this evening to say prayers. Luke, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Clark. Ladies and gentlemen, it's great to be with you this evening. As we begin, I have to declare what might be described as a slight conflict of interest, but I hope that it's fair to say that for the past 2,000 years, the words and teachings of Jesus have provided inspiration and comfort and challenge for many, both within and beyond the Christian faith. I'm very open to correction on this, but I believe that it's said that Gandhi read the Sermon on the Mount twice a day, as found in Matthew's Gospel. Among many other things in that sermon, or that collection of sermons by Jesus, are these words. Jesus says, "Therefore I tell you, do not worry about your life, what you will eat or drink, or about your body, what you will wear. Is not life more than food, and the body more than clothes? Look at the birds of the air. They do not sow or reap or store away in barns, and yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you not much more valuable than they? Can any one of you, by worry, add a single hour to your life?" End quote. And so at the beginning of this meeting, which may be challenging, let's take a moment to pray. Lord God, we thank you for the immense value of each human life, for each resident of Medway, for each person in this room. Help us to remember, to uphold and to cherish this value tonight and always. Help each one of us to know that we are seen and valued. I pray that discussions, debates, and decisions tonight may proceed not in a spirit of worry and fear, but with faith, confidence, and correct perspective. Thank you, Lord, for the skill, the passion, the dedication that I see before me in this room tonight. May it continue to be deployed and aligned together for the good of Medway and all its people. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you, Luke. Apologies for absence. I've received apologies for absence from Councillor Spalding. Councillor Peake, are there any apologies for absence?
Not absent, Mr Mayor, for lateness from Councillor Brown, Councillor Coombs and Councillor Stamp.
Thank you. Councillor Kemp?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have apologies from Councillor Barrett and also from Councillor Doe.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Turpin?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Apologies from Councillor Croser.
And Councillor Vi?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Councillor Lemus.
Thank you. Declarations of interest. Our monitoring officer has provided members with detailed advice regarding the issue of members' interests, and he has agreed a number of dispensations to all members of the council to participate, debate and vote on the budget report this evening, where a DPI or an OSI arises from the circumstances set out in paragraph 4 of his written advice. Any member with interest should still declare that they have an interest this evening, but add that a dispensation has been granted. So members, are there any declarations of disclosable pecuniary interests or any other significant interests? Councillor Perfect.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. I have an interest in relation to the capital and revenue budgets. I'm a member of both the Beyond Schools Trust and the Inspire Partnership Academy Trust, which both receive money from Medway Council. I am in receipt of the advice from the monitoring officer, who has granted a dispensation to all members in respect of these interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maple.
Thank you, Mayor Clark. I declare an interest as per my register of interests as a trustee of the Help and Charity Foundation, which receives funding from Medway Council. I will be using the dispensations granted by the monitoring officer. Thank you.
Councillor Hackwell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a declaration that I own more than one property in Medway. I also am a trustee of a charity that leases a building from Medway Council, so therefore I will be using the dispensation that has been granted to me by the monitoring officer.
Thank you. Councillor Price.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wish to declare that I'm Chair of Trustees at Sunlight Development Trust, which has a lease from Medway Council, but I've got a dispensation to be able to speak and vote in this meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Mrs Turpin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I declare an interest, DPI, as I own more than one property in Medway. Monitoring officer has granted dispensation to all members for this meeting for such interests. Thank you.
Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I declare an interest as Chair of Trustees of the Inspire Partnership, which operates 4 schools in Medway, and in respect to my wife, who is a trustee of the Beyond Schools Trust. The monitoring officer has granted a dispensation in respect of these interests. Thank you.
Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I declare an interest that I'm a trustee for the Chatham Maritime Trust, so I'll be using the dispensation as laid out.
Councillor Nestorov.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to declare interest. I'm a trustee for Medway Diversity Forum, and as well I'm a chair of governance for Barnstable School. Managing officer has granted dispensation to all members.
Councillor Golvin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Declaring interest that I own more than one property here in Medway, and I will be relying on the dispensation provided by the monitoring officer.
Councillor Mandarakis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am a trustee of the Sunlight Centre like Adam, and will be relying on the same dispensation. And I did mean to speak to the monitoring officer before. I'm also a council tenant, which I don't think previously hasn't been a problem. I don't think we've made any larger changes, so I think it's fine. I just wanted to make sure I've made that declaration.
Thank you. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am the chair of the Howard Academy Trust and will be relying on the dispensation as well from the monitoring officer.
Councillor Brake.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am a trustee of the Rochester Veterans Club, which has a building that is on land that is leased by Medway Council to the Rotary Club of Rochester. I'm also the Vice President for Medway Town Scouts, where there's various properties and involvement with the local authority, but I am not a trustee in any of those areas. Thank you.
Councillor Tejan.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I'm a trustee at Chatham Maritime Trust and Medway Sunlight Rotary, and also I hold a virtual office at the Innovation Centre Medway. The monitoring officer has granted dispensation to all members for meeting for such interest. Thank you.
Councillor Grung.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a trustee with the All Saints Primary School, as well as trustee with Second Chance Charity. And I would also like to rely on the dispensation from the monitoring officer. Thank you.
Councillor Peake.
Thank you. I want to declare the fact that I'm a trustee in Chatham Charities Trust and also governor at Bradfields Academy. And I declare I can't say that word, discrimination, whatever that word is. Thank you.
Councillor Hamadishi, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to declare a dispensation. I'm a MVA board member and I'm on the governors for Victory Academy School, and I own a second property in Medway.
Thank you. Councillor Stamp.
I'd just like to declare that I'm a trustee of MASH, thank you, and rely on the dispensation.
Councillor Howcroft-Scott.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I need to declare that I'm a trustee of Medway Voluntary and also that I am a trustee of Victory Academy Sea Cadets.
Councillor Bowen.
Yeah, I sit on the board of the Gunsley charity.
Member wishes to declare? No. Okay, thank you very much, members. Record of meeting. Is it agreed that I sign the minutes of the meeting held on the 22nd of January as an accurate record? Thank you. My announcements. I would like to open my announcements by wishing Medway resident Hilda Luck a very happy 112th birthday. My co-mayoress, Sylvia Griffin, and I had the genuine pleasure and honour to visit her last week and wish her well on behalf of the borough. Hilda is a super centenarian. She's the 4th oldest living person in the UK. Interesting enough, they're all ladies. And incredibly, is the 67th oldest ever UK citizen. It was an amazing privilege to meet her, and I would like to thank Hilda and her family for making Sylvia and I so welcome and sharing her special day with us. Now, our Facebook post of that visit has attracted over 133,000 views, and I think that's the first time the mayoralty has ever gone viral. So, thank you, Hilda, for that. I would like to take the opportunity to advise members too of my final mayoral event taking place to help fundraise for my charities, Caring Hands in the Community and Slideaway. This will be my celebration of thanks evening at the Corn Exchange on Friday the 1st of May. This will be a black tie event and tickets are now available to purchase from my office. I look forward to seeing as many of you as possible at this event. Now, I propose to suspend the council rule in respect of time limits on speeches in relation to agenda item 9 only, the budget report, to allow one member from each political group to speak on the budget item for an unlimited time. The normal time limits will then apply. Is that agreed, members? Thank you. Please can I remind members to speak clearly into the microphones to ensure people in the public gallery and watching the live stream can hear properly. And if you are standing, please continue to address your microphone rather than turning around to speak. And can members ensure that written copies of any amendments are brought up to the top table first? Finally, I would also ask all members to only interrupt another member while they are speaking if there is a genuine point of order or point of personal explanations to be made. May I call on the Leader of the Council to make any announcements?
Thank you, Mayor Clark. Can I join you in congratulating Hilda on her 112th birthday? My goodness, that's a lot of budget meetings to have sat through if you're her. Can I, unusually for me, give 3 announcements? Firstly, can I place on record my thanks to the whole team at Medway Council, who was recognised yesterday for their re-accreditation for the Armed Forces Employers Service process. Receiving the Gold Award is difficult. Being re-accredited for the Gold Award is very rare. So a huge thank you to the team, Dan Ratcliffe, Sam Beck-Farley and others who have made that possible. And a particular thank you to those veterans who serve the public of Medway as Medway Council employees. My second announcement is to share with yourself and with colleagues across the chamber. I was very pleased to support the community-led bid, which was announced yesterday for Chatham to be the town of culture. Of course, Medway is an amazing place made up of 5 towns in the Hoo Peninsula. If I had my way, all 5 towns would be the town of culture, but I'm really grateful in particular to our friends at the Historic Dockyard for taking a leading role in this. The council will support this, but be absolutely clear, this is not a council bid. This is absolutely a bid from the community. And finally, Mayor Clark, I know he's not in 3 figures, but I do want to publicly wish our Chief Executive a very happy birthday. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nomination of Mayor and Deputy Mayor for 2026-2027. I will now invite Councillor Peake to advise the Council whether the Labour and Cooperative Group is accepting or declining the nomination for the Mayor and Deputy Mayor's nominations, and in the case of acceptance, who those nominations will be. Councillor Peake.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like to advise members that the Labour and Cooperative Group are pleased to accept the entitlement to nominate the Mayor and Deputy Mayor for 2026-27 in line with the report submitted to January's full council meeting. I'm very pleased to announce that the group have nominated Councillor Hamadishe for the position of Mayor and Councillor Jackson for the position of Deputy Mayor, and I look forward to both of them being formally elected at the annual council meeting in May. Thank you.
Thank you. And our congratulations from the Deputy Mayor myself to you both as well. Agenda item 7, Council Tax Reduction Scheme 2026 to 2027. Councillor Maple, would you like to make your proposal?
Thank you very much, Mayor Clark, and I'm happy to move the recommendations as laid out in the report. For colleagues, you'll be aware this is an annual report we need to bring forward. There are not too many changes on an annual basis, but this year we are making some slight alterations, recognising the government's compassionate approach to the two-child benefit cap, making sure that children here in Medway and throughout the country are lifted from poverty. That does have an indirect impact on this scheme. So we've made some alterations accordingly to that. I want to thank the team that have done the work on that, and I'm sure this will have cross-party support. Maybe not like everything tonight, but I'm hopeful for this. Thank you, Mayor Clark.
Is that supported? Councillor Price, do you wish to speak now or reserve the right?
I will reserve my right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any member? Councillor Hackwell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just to say that we, of course, will be supporting this scheme. We believe it's a very important scheme. We also support the uplift of the bands, so we don't want any band creep, if they say, that people fall into the wrong category and lose their benefits. And this benefit is very good. It supports young people up that are in need, and it supports families. And I'd also just like to say, we still have the exceptional hardship fund for people that are really struggling. So Medway Council has another fund that can help as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. No member. Councillor Price.
Formally seconded. Thank you.
Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much, and thanks to Councillor Hackwell for the support from the main opposition group. It is absolutely right to recognise that we do have that additional support in place, and as you will be seeing later on tonight, we will be making some changes to that with the funding that we're receiving from central government. So again, one of these schemes that you wish nobody has to use, but thank goodness we have it in place when they do. So thank you to all supporting this, and happy to formally move.
Is that agreed, members? Thank you. Agenda item 8, Treasury Management Strategy for 2026-2027. Councillor Maple, would you like to make your proposal?
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor Clark. I promise not every speech will be as short as these ones. This is really important, and again, this is a good opportunity to me tonight. I'll be thanking others in my main speech, but I want to take an opportunity to thank the Audit Committee that do incredible work, going into the granular detail on some of the things which are so important to our finances here in Medway. The Treasury Management Strategy, they have a good overview of that on that committee, and I thank them for the work that they do on that. Importantly, for this particular part of our journey through our financial sustainability, we know that the challenges that we've had from the interest rates from the Public Works Loan Board continue to be an issue. Rest assured, as I'll be saying later on, I've written to the senior officer there to seek a better deal, not just for us here in Medway, but frankly for public sector organisations across the board. And from my perspective, look, I'm really pleased with, actually, as I've said before, one of the few things that I agreed with the previous administration on was bringing some of those services back in-house when they were with third sector organisations. So bringing them back in-house, having that expertise here, and making sure, actually, when we are dealing with difficult things, as we have done with the Lothbury Investment Fund, as we've seen previously, actually we've got those staff looking at that directly, again, seeking professional advice and guidance where appropriate, but actually the vast majority of that sits within the team. So huge thank you to both that team and the audit committee who do a great job on behalf of Medway residents. Thank you, Mayor Clark.
Is that supported? I've got several hands. Is that supported?
Yes.
Councillor Brown, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
I reserve my right, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Nestorov?
No.
Oh, okay. Any member? Councillor Hackwell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, we're happy to support this Treasury Management state strategy. As a member of the Audit Committee, I can assure you that we went through this in quite some detail. I think the strategy set out there to continue this short-term borrowing until the interest rates fall a little bit, which is they're expected to do in 26-27, but they've been saying that for a while, and that hasn't been happening. Also, the strategy is prepared in strict accordance with the SIPFA Treasury Management Code, and making sure that we can manage the market volatility as we go forward. So happy to support this on behalf of the Conservative Group.
Thank you. No member. Councillor Brown?
Thank you very much. I'd like to second some of what Councillor Maple said about the staff and how hard they work on all this. The big thing that we have to learn from all of our financial management and the rest of the services within the council is that we have to right size, and we've got to plan for the future on this, not just in economic terms, but in resource terms. So thank you again, and formally second this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maple?
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor Clark, and thanks to both Councillor Hackwell and Councillor Brown for their contributions tonight, but again, importantly, their contributions on Audit Committee, who again will be in this very room in approximately 24 hours' time. I won't be, I'm sorry to say. So yeah, as others have said, actually, it's not just down to the scrutiny that happens at that committee, it's the staff working day in, day out, often dealing with national and international things which on the face of it, why on earth would they impact on the finances of Medway Council? But we know that they absolutely do. We were lucky when it came to, for example, Icelandic banks, more lucky than our friends down the road at Bluebell Hill. But in every case, I've got confidence, strong confidence in the team that are working on this, and this strategy gives them the tools and the guidance and policy to continue that excellent work. Thank you, Mayor Clark.
Is that agreed, members? Thank you. Come now to agenda item 9, the capital and revenue budgets for 2026 and 2027. In a moment, I will call on the Leader of the Council, Councillor Maple, to make his speech and to make a proposal. I will then invite Councillors Perfect, Pearce and Finch to speak, following which I will open the matter up for debate. The usual time limits on speeches will apply, except for the budget speeches by Councillors Maple, Perfect, Pearce and Finch. Council Rule 12.5 specifies that a recorded vote must be taken on all amendments and the substantive motion in respect of this report. Finally, I would remind councillors that you cannot participate in any voting on this item if you are in more than 2 months' arrears on your council tax. Councillor Maple, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you, Mayor Clark. It is once again a real privilege to be setting out this budget speech for the Labour and Cooperative Administration, showing how we are continuing the change that people voted for in 2023. I move the recommendations as laid out in paragraph 1 of the report. And I want to start by thanking the brilliant team of council officers who worked collaboratively and often with some of the most challenging time pressures in producing these comprehensive budget papers we see tonight. Led by our Chief Operating Officer, Phil Watts, with particular thanks to David Reynolds, and the leadership of our Chief Executive, Richard Hicks, our Director of Children and Adult Services, Leanne Farrak, and our Director of Place, Adam Bryan, it has truly been a one Medway approach, with every part of the council contributing positively to the critical matter of delivering tonight's budget. We've held more budget meetings than ever before. We started the process earlier and dealing positively with the challenges and latest information that has become available, not least just over 48 hours ago, where government confirmed their support for Medway Council to be able to access exceptional financial support for this coming financial year. And of course, I'll talk more about that later on. I also want to thank councillors for their work on this budget process, whether it's my 9 cabinet colleagues who have had looked in granular detail with their individual portfolios and worked collaboratively to continue the change people voted for in 2023, to ONS members from across the chamber who have diligently taken their responsibilities of pre-decision scrutiny of this budget throughout those 4 committees, or indeed individual councillors who have contacted me directly on specific issues. Now, as I'm sure you will no doubt appreciate, the nature of politics means that I don't agree with everything that's been raised by opposition councillors, and in fact, I vehemently disagree. But that doesn't stop the importance of council allowing and supporting debate and discussion on important matters like the budget. And sometimes that does mean disagreeing agreeably. Now, this is the first year that we've had a Labour and cooperative majority-led council with 3 outstanding Labour MPs in Tris Osborne, Nashaba Khan and Lauren Edwards, and a Labour government who truly understands local government. The people of Medway have put this in place, this powerful collective, working in the best interests of 292,000 people that call this place home. That trust is not taken for granted, and we will continue to do our best every single day. And let's just think for a moment about some of those great things that the Labour government have delivered for the people of Medway in the last 18 months. From creating Great British Energy and reducing energy bills, as we saw earlier today, to increasing the national minimum wage, bringing forward free breakfast clubs to banning no-fault evictions, delivering thousands of extra NHS appointments, reducing waiting lists, to raising children out of poverty by removing the 2-child benefit cap, banning water bosses' bonuses to create the National Wealth Fund, and much, much, much more. And the relationship between government and Medway Council has continued to dramatically improve. Labour investing more in key services nationally and giving us improved levels of resources with a multi-year settlement so Medway and councils across England can better plan for their futures. Compare that to the Conservatives, who cut our revenue support grant by 91%, boasted about taking money from deprived urban areas, and shamefully removed £170 million of infrastructure funding from our community. We will never forget, and we will continue to hold the party opposite to account for those actions. Now, Mayor Clark, I want to move on to the issue of exceptional financial support. As we have been clear, we took the correct decision early in our administration to proactively invite CIPFA into our council. And I know my colleagues, will never forget the opening line of that CIPFA report. Medway Council is in a grave situation in relation to its financial sustainability. That is what a 91% cut in revenue support grant will leave you with, a grave situation. That's what austerity will leave you with, a grave situation. That is what the previous Conservative administration, failing to get a grip on financial reality, will give you, a grave situation. And that first report from CIPFA led to our financial improvement and transformation plan, which continues to ensure that we find both efficiencies and savings, often leading to both better value for money and better outcomes for our residents. At the end of Q3 this year, we'd reached 81% of this year's target in just 75% of the year. Now, we were clear when we initially approached government that our expectation would be EFS would be a 3-year programme, with the coming financial year being year 3. Now, I want to place on record my thanks to both the previous ministerial team of Angela Rayner and Jim McMahon and the new ministerial team of Steve Reed and Annie McGovern for their support on this matter, along with MHCLG civil servants who have worked closely with officers right here
in Medway. And it's worth taking a moment to reflect on the difference between those two governments that I've had to work with as council leader. Under the Conservatives, taking an approach of punitive interest rates, ultimately having a negative impact on the people of Medway. This Labour government taking a far more supportive approach, scrapping the punitive interest rates, recognising that in the vast majority of cases, requests for EFS, the reason for that request is not badly run councils, it's the impact of 14 years of Conservative austerity, the impacts of cuts, like the 91% cut in our revenue support grant here from 2010 to 2024, and indeed the impact of rising pressures on some of our key statutory responsibilities. Now, I want to take a moment to remind everyone that exceptional financial support isn't a grant. It is simply giving us the flexibility to get through the next couple of years, and importantly, giving us critical headroom to bring forward schemes like you'll see tonight, which will ultimately both improve services and save taxpayers funding. Funding which is critical for the services we'll talk about tonight. Councils of all political persuasions have this year had EFS agreed, including Medway. The government is taking a far more collaborative approach, which is welcome to be seen across the local government family. And I've been clear, although I was hopeful earlier in this year's budget process, we may have been able to finish EFS a year earlier than planned, we continue to be on the timetable originally agreed with government. Now, I want to turn to focus on the most essential element of the institution of Medway Council, the people who go above and beyond every single day for the 292,000 residents that call Medway home. Once again, this has been a truly inspiring year. Whether that is some of the new inspections we've encountered for the first time, from the inspection of our function as a housing landlord, getting the second highest rating and working hard to deliver that highest rating later this year, to the new CQC inspection for adult social care, where Labour-controlled Medway Council had a higher rating than Reform UK-controlled Kent County Council, where we've seen positive progress as we continue our journey for outstanding for our children's services, whereas Ofsted found KCC services for children had deteriorated under Reform UK's leadership. And it's not just those critical statutory services, incredible positive feedback from residents from libraries and leisure centres to award-winning green spaces, child-friendly Medway, to that much-valued weekly bin collection. Yes, that weekly bin collection that last year the Conservatives, the Independent Group and Reform all voted against. That's right, the Conservatives, the Independent Group and Reform UK all voted against a weekly bin collection. Let's see if they vote against a weekly bin collection again this year. All of those amazing services delivered by hard-working Medway Council officers, all those delivering on our behalf. I want to take this direct opportunity to say thank you. Every paper we pass as a cabinet, every policy agreed at this full council can only come to life because the women and men working hard on behalf of 292,000 Medway residents. So, of course, a heartfelt thank you to each and every one. And I'd like to ask the Chief Executive to please pass on that thanks to all officers. But as I have said many times before, thank yous don't pay the mortgage. So let me be crystal clear. Anything below an inflation pay increase is a real terms pay cut. I don't want to see one of Medway's largest employers, of whom 80% of the workforce live in Medway, giving their staff a real terms pay cut. Therefore, this administration, this Labour and cooperative administration, will continue to right the wrongs of the many years of pay freezes and real terms pay cuts which were delivered by the previous Conservative administration. I want to see Medway Council as an employer of choice. I want to continue to see substantial progress being moving away from using temporary staff and, wherever possible, those individuals converting to permanent staff. There's more to be done, but there has been very good progress made in improving recruitment and retention and moving away from expensive temporary or agency staff. We must do all that we can to get to the point where Medway Council hard-working officers do not have to use a food bank. It's shameful when Unison spoke to their members and heard that directly. We know that's happened in the past. We must do everything we can to make sure that doesn't happen again. Now, I've spoken in this chamber previously about the flawed decision by the previous Conservative administration to leave the National Joint Council, the NJC. But with the limited time remaining now before local government reorganisation, I have to say I'm of firm belief that it will be something for the new councils, I hope 4 councils, to consider when they form in 2027 and 2028. I want to place on record my thanks to Councillor Mark Prenter as Chair of the Employment Matters Committee for his diligent work alongside other committee members, HR professionals under the leadership of Sam Beck-Farley and trade union colleagues. This administration respects and values the role everyone plays in that process. And I will remind anyone with short memories, you will not see changes tonight at budget night to staff terms and conditions without any prior conversation, as we saw for years under the previous Conservative administration. It was disrespectful to the Employment Matters Committee, it was disrespectful to HR professionals, and it was disrespectful to trade union representatives and should never have happened, and under my administration will never, ever happen. And let's not forget last year's amendment from the Conservatives trying to sack 37 random hard-working members of Medway Council staff. It seems the current Conservatives might just be like those who were there before them. So, as we've laid out in recommendation 1.5, we are proposing a cost of living increase of 3.5%, recognising that inflation was 3.4% in December 25. Now, let me be very clear, finally, in the issue of pay terms and conditions. The Deputy Leader, it's unfortunate he's not here tonight, may think that it's progressive to have a pay and reward strategy for staff, which is a free slice of pizza. Maybe that's made him ill. That free slice of pizza, probably in my professional view, breaking election law. But in my view, frankly, that doesn't cut the mustard or indeed any other sauce. He said at the time, as a Conservative candidate, he did it because he cares about people. Well, let's see what the Reform UK amendment says tonight and see if they care about people. Now, Mayor Clark, one of the biggest changes we've seen since we last held our budget meeting has been a Reform UK administration take control of the other upper-tier council in our region. In their inaugural budget meeting a couple of weeks ago, they made several references to Medway, so it only seems right and proper that we reciprocate tonight. I think the past 10 months at KCC can be summed up in one simple word: chaos. Whether it is cancelling large number of meetings at the start of the year, the fact of leaving Kent Fire and Rescue Authority without a chair or a vice chair for more than a month in the autumn, booting out cabinet members, other members hanging out with neo-Nazis on the streets of Maidstone, shamefully referring to hard-working council officers as the blob, submitting an LGR plan which would deny 1.9 million residents access to devolution powers and much-needed resources, Zia Youssef quitting as party chair 24 hours after visiting KCC's Reform UK group, and frankly, disgracefully, the worst of all, Reform UK failing to have a governance structure in place to stop someone standing for election who has now been convicted of coercive control going back to 2014 in East Kent. As a white ribbon ambassador, that disgusts me. Now, of course, in the eyes of many, this first year of Reform UK in Kent will be remembered for the leaking of a group meeting video. Now, I can say, and there's plenty of people behind me who will validate this, in nearly 14 years as group leader, I've never sworn at a colleague. I've never been disrespectful at a group meeting, and nobody has leaked a video of a group meeting to a national newspaper. Well, I wonder if there might just be some correlation between those facts. So yes, some have said KCC is a shop window for what Reform UK government would be. And I agree. It would be chaos, incompetent, inward-looking, and frankly, they would need far more than £5,000 of a shop front grant from our Medway Pride in Place scheme to stop many who would like to bring the shutters down on that shop window just as soon as possible. Now, I want to move to look in detail at how this administration is prioritising the key areas of spend. And I want to start with a simple but important reminder. Every single day, here in Medway, this council spends £1.35 million on adult social care, children's services, and strategic housing, primarily temporary accommodation. This is £1.35 million every single day, supporting the most vulnerable members of our community in Medway. And it's worth noting that in those three strategic and statutory services, elements of our spending are recognised as being below the England average. So we're efficient and effective when it comes to those services that we must by law deliver, but still the cost is £1.35 million a day. If we were to stop all of our potholes and road repairs, that would pay for 4 days of those statutory services. If we were to cancel every festival, shut every leisure centre, again, just a handful of days of those 3 statutory services. And £11,000, which is a figure often referenced on social media in response to this council having to deal with the consequences of people breaking the law, specifically Section 132 of the 1980 Highways Act, £11,000 would pay for exactly 11 minutes and 44 seconds of those 3 statutory services. And of course, we have other statutory services which are not covered by those 3 specific budget areas. So to strike the balance as a unitary authority between those critically legal required services and wider council services, it's a challenge, but one I truly believe we have made positive progress on and continue to do so. Moving on to the budget build process, and I want to start by welcoming that the Labour government has delivered what it promised, a commitment to give local authorities a multi-year settlement, something that gives councils across the country a better opportunity to plan their spending decisions across multiple budget years. And with fair funding, it means a rightful focus, in particular, on the area of deprivation, compared, of course, to Rishi Sunak boasting here in Kent about taking money from deprived urban areas. Now, I mentioned earlier in my speech that this is the anticipated 3rd and final year of exceptional financial support required by this council. And although next year will still be some challenging decisions to be made, I am supremely confident that this will be the last financial year our council will require exceptional financial support. You can see the level of work that's happened just over the past few weeks. As laid out in paragraph 6.11.3, our request to government for this forthcoming year was originally in December, in the region of £25 million. Through the hard work, innovative thinking and laser focus of cabinet members and officers, we've got that figure down to £10 million. The figure, of course, that was first anticipated when we sought EFS from government. Now, colleagues in the room, colleagues online will be pleased to know I'm not going to take us through every single budget line tonight, but let me highlight some of the key areas I know will be of interest to local residents. Council tax will raise in line with government expectations, but Medway Council taxpayers will continue to have the lowest council tax in Kent, once again showing why unitary authorities are truly the best way of delivering local government. On parking, we've listened carefully to traders and the wider public, so where some tariffs are rising, we are reducing the 30-minute charge from £1.90 to £1, a 47% cut in charge to support those short visits to town centres. And I thank my colleague, Councillor Harinder Marhill, for being a true champion for small businesses and continuing to make sure the FSB local leadership pledge is upheld. And I know Councillor Marhill appreciates the work of Sunny E, our Assistant Director for Regeneration, and the brilliant team of officers delivering collaborative programmes like the Town Centre Improvements and UK Shared Prosperity Fund to a nationally recognised level. We're also making fantastic use of that Pride in Place funding secured in Medway with that collaborative approach. This Labour and Cooperative Administration working with our three Labour MPs, and we are already seeing applications come through for the recent Shopfront Grant Programme. None, I have to say, from County Hall. They wouldn't qualify anyway. We will see more great activity with this programme showing time and time again why I am proud to be Medway. We're also investing in our town centres, 271,000 allocated to Chatham and Gillingham Safe and Clean High Streets initiative, building on the fantastic work of both the Chatham Town Centre Forum and the Gillingham Task Force. We're continuing to support Gillingham Regeneration and Rainham Reimagine programmes with £75,000 allocated to each. We as an administration will continue to work on the Chatham becoming a business improvement district, supporting our 5 town centre forums and continuing our market strategy, allocating funding for all 3 of those key issues for our town centres. And if you want to travel by bus to our town centres, we're continuing to invest through our bus improvement scheme, bus service improvement plan, moving quickly towards our target of 8.5 million journeys a year, an increase in government grant of nearly £2.5 million, which will not only help increase bus journeys, but really importantly, bringing forward real-time information screens at Chatham Waterfront's bus station and other key stops, and improving the CCTV at the Chatham Waterfront bus station. And as we continue to work hard using all the tools available to us to improve our air quality and road safety around schools, with our nationally recognised multi-award winning Safer, Healthier Street scheme, we will invest £2.5 million more in making sure our children are safer and can breathe better quality air. Because I know out there's a frustration because of the combination of the dramatic underfunding, the previous administration's whack-a-mole approach, and this year a particularly challenging winter. The conditions of our highways absolutely remains a priority for this administration. We continue to work with our 3 MPs to push for further funding, but I welcome Medway's share of the £7.3 billion increased national funding that we have received, meaning that we can do more work on our highways to tackle potholes and improve road conditions. As my colleague, Councillor Alex Patterson, has repeatedly said, it's about getting the right job done first time, meaning a greater level of resurfacing work being done alongside the statutory emergency works, and that has to be conducted in a very quick timescale. Councillor Patterson, working closely with our Assistant Director for Frontline Services, Ruth DeLu, and her team to deliver many of those universal services residents value and appreciate. We're also listening to feedback from residents and businesses to further help tackle fly tipping by the introduction of a commercial waste recycling centre. And we continue proudly to deliver a free bulky waste service. Again, something that the Conservatives, the Independents and Reform UK voted against last year. Now, one of the many things we'll see over the following budget year is the examination of the Medway local plan, with the existing local plan now 8,323 days old. Not quite as old as Hilda, but not far behind. Now, there are some in this room and some in our community who seem to be almost in a permanent doom loop when it comes to this. Angry about the proposed local plan, and then angry about housing development, one on appeal because we've got an out-of-date local plan. Now, I want to place on record my huge personal thanks to Councillor Simon Curry for his determination, alongside particularly Dave Harris and Catherine Smith for all of their work to date. For clarity, it's important to get an up-to-date local plan in place anyway. But with local government reorganisation on the horizon, it is even more important because the new council will inherit the local plan in place at the point of vesting day. As you can see as well from a budget perspective, in paragraph 4.3.3, we are budgeting an efficiency saving as a result of a new local plan being in place. We're also allocating funding for the long overdue river strategy. I can't believe a council named after a river has gone 20 years without a river strategy. Simon Curry's brought that forward and I thank him for that. Again, the council will take the lead, but it will be bringing together all of the stakeholders who want to see the absolute best for arguably our most important natural resource at the heart of our community. Now, every resident will know the value that this administration places on our heritage and culture, which is why, once again, we will invest in our libraries, continuing to make them safe and secure places for everyone. We're also recognising the guardianship we have of Rochester Castle, with its 900th birthday coming up. That's slightly older than Hilda. We're allocating funding to bring forward an exciting programme and, importantly, securing external funding to get that investment right here in Medway. Councillor Nina Gurung has been at the forefront, both as portfolio holder and champion for this important sector, working closely with both Paul Cow and Bob Diamond as Head of Services. Our premier membership of our amazing sports centres across Medway continues to increase. So we will invest further in staff to deliver an even wider range of classes. And yes, for the third year running, residents will pay the same price as we are freezing the price of Premier membership. And yes, despite the financial challenges, we will continue to have the Sweeps Festival, the Christmas Dickens Festival, the Love Gillingham Big Day Out, the Medway Mile, the Armed Forces Day, and much more, all at the heart of Medway, all free for the residents of Medway. And don't forget, Conservative, Independent and Reform UK councillors voted against every single one last year. As well as being a council delivering services for several thousand landlords, 7,000 residents, we are their landlord. I want to pay particular tribute to the work of Councillor Llewellyn Prenter, working closely with Chief Housing Officer Bex Wilcox and the housing team to deliver that second highest rating for the inspection of our area. And I know work is ongoing to seek to improve that quickly. The Housing Revenue Account, or HRA, is covered in detail in section 12 of the report, including the updated 30-year business plan for the HRA. And let me take a moment tonight to thank our tenant representatives, Maxie and Mick, for giving their time so we can hear first-hand voices and experiences for those living in our council homes. And I want to place on record my thanks to our brilliant former Assistant Director, Mark Brethwick, who did so much, particularly around housing, throughout his career here at Medway. Now, I mentioned earlier that every single day we spend £1.35 million on those three statutory areas, and we continue to make positive progress in securing directly owned temporary accommodation for Medway residents at their most difficult moments. This is both fiscally responsible, but also morally the right thing to do. We've seen over £500,000 of additional funding allocated to Medway by central government, specifically to support our work in this area. Of course, our longer term aim is to reduce the number of individuals and families needing to access temporary accommodation. I know the work that is going on every single day to reduce that most painful statistic, that around 1,000 Medway children are going to sleep tonight in temporary accommodation. And although that's a statistic, we never forget that is 1,000 individual stories which need a happier ending. One way we'll bring that figure down is the continued work by Medway Development Company, which recently celebrated its 5th anniversary. As laid out in paragraph 4.6.6, the financing model continues to both ensure we bring forward sites which other developers would find challenging, such as the Strood Civic Centre site, but also work positively for the taxpayers, albeit at a slightly lower rate than some previous schemes, to protect that viability of schemes. Critically important. Now, Mayor Clark, as Ofsted said, children matter in Medway. And once again, our budget priorities show that we're making sure that we invest accordingly, both through funding the appropriate demographic growth and efficient management of placements. Councillor Adam Price is a brilliant champion for those children needing the services, often at their most difficult times. Kelly Cogger, in a new substantive role as Assistant Director, shows inspiring leadership along with the Children's Services team as we continue our journey to outstanding. And education, alongside that, is truly the key to unlocking potential from early years, but actually to lifelong learning. And we're continuing to allocate resources to our adult education at a time when KCC reform is cutting back its offer for learners. We've also allocated funding for our information, advice and guidance service for our young people to help them consider their next steps from further and higher education to quality apprenticeships, looking to reduce the number of young people not in education, employment or training. And in Tracy Coombs, we have someone with not only the professional educational experience, but a real passion for getting the best outcome for all of those involved in education. And I know, speaking with her, she values the professional expertise of leaders like Celia Buxton, Paul Clark and Dan Ratcliffe, all of whom are putting education and enhancing life chances at the heart of this council. Now, of course, we've also allocated appropriate funding for the new duties that we will receive for the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill, and we'll continue the investment in technology to assist us in the work around EHCP assessments. Our investment in early years is having a positive impact on our retention and investment of our 4 family hubs, showing whatever their age, children matter in Medway. Let me now move on to adult social care and public health, taken forward by our inspirational Deputy Leader, Councillor Theresa Murray. Her leadership, alongside our Director of Public Health, Dr. David Whiting, has started our community on the journey to becoming a Marmot place, which will bring so many positive outcomes, improving health, and importantly, that ambition to close the health inequalities gap across Medway. It cannot be right that your life expectancy can go up and down by 10 years just by the nature of your postcode within our council area. We need to do more, and with Marmot Place, we are doing more. We continue to see funding allocated to the use of assistive technology, which, with the support from our partners Kindy, is becoming a regular feature in care programmes, bringing both efficiency savings, but importantly, better outcomes for our residents and confidence for families when they see that technology being used. And I want to thank officers who organised a fantastic situation here with councillors. We could see firsthand that brilliant work. So thanks to the chair of HASC, Councillor Dan MacDonald, and Councillor Theresa Murray for making that happen. As part of our newly approved social care strategy under the strong leadership of Jackie Brown and the adult social care team, we continue to work towards our revolutionary Care for Medway scheme, which will improve the lives of Medway residents, continue the collaborative approach with colleagues from the health sector, and ensure that we are at the forefront of delivering outstanding services. With our care providers, we've had to have an honest conversation, and we've been clear that although we have a large financial pressure, there will be an uplift in funding. Compare that to Reform UK-led Kent County Council, which has no uplift in their funding for service provision in this area, which is leaving KCC residents more vulnerable. We're also taking important steps to make the systems and processes the public do not see, but keep the engine of the council running more efficient and effective. And I want to thank Councillor Zoe Van Dyke, working closely with Bhupinder Gill and the legal team. We've made efficiency savings in legal services, and we're investing to have an improved case management system. And Councillor Van Dyke's leadership, working with David England, has seen the correct and fiscally right approach when it comes to asset management. Capital Receipts now funding some of the critical transformation work which is improving service delivery across the council in a sensible, structured way, exceeding the target which year after year was failed by the previous Conservative administration. And from my portfolio, we'll be using the Crisis and Resilience Fund, new funding from central government on a multi-year basis to further support our most vulnerable residents, and in particular, increasing personal resilience by funding additional education opportunities, continuing our successful food partnership, bringing forward our community supermarket, and much more. My thanks goes to Gemma Gilly and her team for this very important work. And we're also investing in the communications under the leadership of Celia Glynn-Williams and her team to ensure that our residents know what the council does and continues the initiatives like 1 Minute Medway and Medway Matters Live, making our council more accessible and more accountable every single day. We're also seeing investment into debt control team to ensure we're getting all the monies which are owed to us, which will fund the services we've discussed tonight. And we are declassifying some ring-fence reserves to allow them to be used when required. Through our Medway 2.0 programme led by Paul Boyd, you can see a number of service design improvements, once again giving efficiency savings and also bringing services to residents in a way that many want to see and actually expect to see in 2026. Our capital programme continues to be wide-ranging and having a positive impact across a variety of elements. I want to highlight just a couple of those tonight. We'll be creating, through a capital funding, a new Medway Kennel service. Currently, because of our statutory responsibilities, we're paying a third party outside of Medway for this facility. This capital programme will deliver our own facility and the potential for income generation, as well as cost savings, which will pay for the borrowing. We're also seeking to approve capital funding to work with the Football Foundation to be able to leverage in substantial investment from them in partnership. One challenge with some existing borrowing is the Public Works Loan Board, or PWLB, and the interest rate, which I've raised concerns about previously. So I'm pleased to inform Council tonight. I've written to the senior officer involved with PWLB, and I look forward to their response. Mayor Clark, I'm proud of the positive change this Labour and Cooperative administration has been making every single day to the residents of Medway. We are never complacent, and we know there's more to do. As we look to the year ahead, whether it is opening the James Williams Healthy Living Centre, the long-awaited passing of Medway's local plan, making progress as we prepare for further external inspections and validation, being there when our most vulnerable need their support and help, delivering great events like Armed Forces Day, Sweeps, Dickens and the Medway Mile, continuing our free bulky waste collections and weekly bin collections, investing in our highways and our public transport, reducing the cost of short-stay car parking by 47% to support our high streets, delivering our Pride in Place programme, continued delivery of investment into areas of adult education, launching the Medway Crisis and Resilience Fund, and much more, always with that backdrop of £1.35 million every single day for adult social care, children's services and temporary accommodation, there for those most vulnerable residents of Medway when they need their council. I'm proud to lead a team of Labour and Cooperative councillors, cabinet members, committee chairs, frontline councillors, making a difference to residents of Medway every single day. Tonight, Mayor Clark, I will be voting for a budget which will continue the change people voted for in 2023, and I would urge every member to vote to continue that change. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Is that supported? Councillor Murray, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
Sorry.
I want to thank you, Vince, for your determination to deliver another balanced and sustainable budget for Medway Council. It's been a tough year with some hard decisions, but those have always been taken in the spirit of openness, listening to and valuing advice and support from our expert professional officers. It's very clear that having inherited what was left after the triple ravages of austerity, Brexit and COVID, with the latter seen by many in the then Tory government as a gold rush, not a crisis, our Labour choices here of transparency over secrecy, inclusiveness over exclusion and morality over political ideology are turning a result for the people of Medway. Our area has the 12th highest economic growth in the country because we are prepared to invest in Medway ourselves. We're bold enough. Restoring the Tories' raid on adult social care has brought new staff with fresh ideas and a management team who are determined to raise our game. And coming soon, where once the Tories wanted to build a concrete runway for a few of their flyer friends, our own care home. Investing in decent temporary accommodation brings safe places for Medway people and demonstrates our determination to improving quality of life while also recognising, valuing and building upon our leisure and culture offer. This is a Labour Council budget which works alongside and delivers a Labour government's priorities. In a month where we've seen the 6th successive drop in interest rates, inflation down to 3% from the whopping 11% under the Tories, household heating bills going down while wages go up, including those for our hard-working staff. NHS waiting lists going down, with Medway Hospital, despite their challenges, hugely improving waits for cancer treatment to get into the top 30 in the UK. We've got more GPs in Medway now, and whilst there's a long way to go, developing a plan for neighbourhood health and the summer opening of the new James Williams Health Centre in the Pentagon will improve our healthcare offer. Our public health team have a fantastic programme to prevent poor health, improve health inequality and help maintain independence for longer. And those neighbourhood teams will work with partners in a newly integrated way to get people into work or returning after illness, and by doing so raise their standards of living. As you said, Vince, children matter in Medway, with money supporting our journey to outstanding children's services, complemented by the new Crisis and Resilience Fund, helping families out of trouble and towards self-sufficiency, spurred on by the government's abolition of the vindictive two-child benefit cap, heralded by the Joseph Rowntree Foundation as likely to be the greatest ever fall in child poverty in a parliament. Contrast that with David Cameron's 2010 Child Poverty Act, which propelled the number of children living in poverty to 4.5 million. Locally and nationally, we intend to nail down the progress Labour is making. Any attempts to do otherwise won't succeed.
Thank you. Councillor Perfect, would you like to respond?
I would now. I think we're going. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And can I just start by firstly thanking the leader for outlining the candidates for Mayor and Deputy Mayor for next year, and congratulate both Councillor Hammond-Dichet and Councillor Jackson, respectively, on their posts that they will take up in May. And Mr. Mayor, can I also thank the leader for setting out the budget for 2027 to 2026 to 2027. And can I take the opportunity, Mr. Mayor, to also thank the Chief Operating Officer and his teams for their work in preparing the budget. Mr. Mayor, in summer 2024, the Labour government, the United Kingdom elected a Labour government with a landslide. Since, all we have seen is chaos. In recent weeks, the Prime Minister's leadership nearly collapsed as a result of his inability to take accountability of his terrible judgment. The Labour Party leader in Scotland, their candidate supposedly for First Minister, called for the Prime Minister to go. And the leader of the Council's own party have called the performance of the Prime Minister at PMQs a car crash. Labour councillors in this very room have openly recently questioned the Prime Minister's judgment in appointing Lord Mandelson as the ambassador to the United States. And why is this relevant, Mr. Mayor? Because unlike the rosy picture that the Deputy Leader just attempted to outline, it is relevant because it is part of the wider problem this country faces. The government have lost control, not that they ever had it, Economic growth remains sluggish and GDP per capita, the key measure of GDP, is falling. After a year of sluggish growth, GDP was just 0.1% growing in the 3 months to December 2025, with GDP per head estimated to have fallen for the second consecutive quarter. Labour promised to deliver the most pro-growth, pro-business treasury that this country has ever seen. But as acknowledged in those text messages between the Labour Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, his words not mine, Labour have no plans for growth. Labour say they want to make local government funding fair, but instead are pursuing a political power grab. The government is fiddling the funding model to give councils against those councils that keep council tax low. Hidden behind their rhetoric about supporting local government is a council tax bombshell, with the average family in a Band D home facing a cumulative £1,143 council tax increase across this Parliament, whilst nearly 200 councils face real-term cuts in central government funding. Take our neighbour Tunbridge and Malling, who have seen a 15% cut this year in core spending power as a result of this Labour government. Mr Mayor, in Medway, this government, as the leaders just acknowledged, has shortchanged this council by £8 million this financial year between the assumptions between the council service pixel and officers and the budget that the leader presented to Cabinet in recent weeks. Let me repeat, £8 million this year. That money has disappeared between the model produced by officers at the Cabinet meeting in November and the budget which went to Cabinet earlier this month. But where are they? Where are the concerns being raised by these 3 Labour MPs in Parliament? Where's the press release from the leader condemning this? Why isn't the deputy leader using her usual phrase of ripping the guts, she used to say, whenever Medway had a reduction in fees? She's nowhere. They're silent. And why are they silent? Because they all know they're in serious trouble. Labour weren't honest with the country to get elected. Since then, we've seen them punishing pensioners by scrapping winter fuel payments. Some members opposite laughed at when we brought a motion forward earlier in the last year. Increased the cost of creating jobs by £1,000 because of the job tax and unemployment bill. It gets worse. Crashed confidence in our economy, betrayed farmers, and of course they've also failed to secure our borders. The direct consequence of inflation being higher is that there are £3 million worth of more higher interest rates adding to pressure in this year's Medway Council budget. We halved inflation in government, easing the cost of living and helping to pave the way for this council to see interest rate cuts. When we left office, under Rishi Sunak and Jeremy Hunt, inflation was 2%, down from its peak of 11.1% in 2022, allowing the Bank of England to cut interest rates, saving money for this very council. Mr Mayor, the Leader's government has done the opposite. The autumn budget of 2025, as described by Kemi Badenoch, will go down as one of the largest assaults on working people in British history, with a £26 billion tax hike to higher welfare spending, another aspect of his government's agenda which has collapsed. Because Keir Starmer lack the backbone to stand up to Labour MPs to cut welfare. All of this is causing and contributing to the terrible financial situation that this country finds itself in, simply with this council. Another £10 million worth of money being borrowed this financial year in order to cover day-to-day spending. That's £10 million completely as a result of the decision by their Labour government to shortchange this council and its management of the economy. Shame, Mr Mayor, on the Leader's disastrous government and disastrous weak Prime Minister. £10 million, of course, is to top up a budget this year which is currently borrowing £28 million in order to have covered its in-year spending. Within that figure is, of course, spending for vanity projects, such as the £105,000 on the flawed LGR plans that the Leader continues to parrot. Very worrying indeed. Mr Mayor, one of the clearest differences between us and Labour is the matter of the care home that they talk so glowingly about, that this council will never operate. Whilst willing to engage on the subject through the Overview and Scrutiny Committee and through ongoing conversations, we have been clear since the full council meeting that borrowing £44 million for a care home that this authority will never operate is a political decision that we do not believe should be taken. We understand and have considered the business case, and the intentions may be good, but at this stage, with the reports not making clear exactly how this care home will save money, it is not something we can support. With a total cost of £136 million to build the home, including interest, I'm afraid that an authority that, as the leaders just described, is severely and financially distressed, should not be spending money at this stage on such projects, and it should be delivered by the new authority and taken as a decision by that authority next year. We will therefore this evening be proposing to remove this from the capital programme. More widely, the capital programme in general worries us, as Councillor Hackwell will shortly set out. Huge amounts of borrowing recently through that exceptional financial support that I mentioned, which will total 60 million by the time this authority is disbanded. Works on Gun Wharf, which we are growing concerned about, the Brook Theatre and a whole host of projects, leaving the council's debt at 657 million. That's over £200 million more than when we left the running of the council in March 2023. These figures, Mr Mayor, coupled with the issues in the economy that I've just set out, are very worrying. Mr Mayor, I'll now take each part of the revenue budget in turn, and I know other members of the Shadow Cabinet will have more to say as the evening progresses, starting with the Business Support Department. We welcome the progress that is being made on Medway 2.0, which was started under my colleague and leader predecessor, Councillor Golvin. But as Councillor Tijan has consistently set out, we need to go further. We want to see the administration going harder, Mr Mayor, on AI, moving towards a better and more digitally friendly future. Similarly, we welcome the use of capital receipts to invest and save to transform parts of the council to deliver better services for people across Medway. However, once again, we have concerns about the continued growth of the council's communications department. The team do a vital job, but we want to see this money coming and linked to tangible outcomes rather than continue spending money on central departments without clear and tangible links to services on the front line. We will therefore be opposing that growth in the budget this evening. Turning to the Police Directorate, we note the national challenges in temporary accommodation that the leaders just mentioned and do acknowledge the administration's work in trying to reduce this bill through the use of purchasing property. However, this is yet another thing that the government has failed to get a grip of. Over £2 million once again added to the budget in order to ensure that we can keep our most vulnerable in our community warm and safe. But why isn't the government doing more to support us in this challenge and to end rough sleeping once and for all? Too busy changing Secretary of State and Ministers of State every 5 minutes to be focused on the job. We welcome the money being spent. Well, they can laugh, Mr Mayor, but the Prime Minister, only elected less than 2 years ago, nearly collapsed a few weeks ago because he appointed Peter Mandelson as the ambassador. Not funny. We welcome the money being spent on Rochester Castle to celebrate its 900th anniversary, and this being mainly funded through the return of the lease arrangements to Temple Manor and up the castle to English heritage. But last year, Mr Mayor, we warned the administration about the consequences of their cruel and unjust rises to parking charges across Medway. My deputy leader set out a clear and alternative vision for parking, and we will be doing this again this evening. The administration has no credibility in this area, after now being forced into a very embarrassing U-turn over their cruel increase to the 30-minute parking charge at our short-stay car parks after just 1 year. But once again, fees and charges, apart from this, are up right across the board, with huge increases to parking cost, and still no commitment on the timescale of when they will be looking at a differential pricing scheme for different car parks across the conurbation, or to understand residents' concerns. There appears to be no new and additional money to solve the pothole crisis that is engulfing our community at the moment either. This week's after Secretary of State Heidi Alexander, Labour, took the view that the Medway's road quality was viewed as amber and some way away from where it needs to be. There's no plan of how to improve the road quality for our hard-working local drivers, many of whom have been clobbered with the fines that we found out at the last full council meeting as part of the School Street scheme, which in many parts of Medway, as identified by my brilliant colleague Councillor Lawrence, have been found to be inadequate by the independent adjudicator. Don't worry though, Mr Mayor, they're going to be rolled out even further this year, so nobody will be able to escape the war on the motorists being charged by Councillor Patterson. The council will be seeing higher costs too from the decision to make changes to the arrangements with Medway North right before local government reorganisation. Money now needed to be diverted to ensure parks can be locked and unlocked safely, massively reducing the potential claimed improvements and savings brought about by bringing this in-house. I know Councillor Lawrence and Councillor Filmer will be bringing a members' item on this in the next few weeks to the Scrutiny Committee to seek to understand some of this further. We welcome the additional work that officers have been undertaking in our town centres, supporting local businesses and seeking to pursue a positive agenda. However, we cannot support, in a year when we do not have the money that the Labour government took from us, over £500,000 on additional unessential projects which at the moment are unfunded and therefore being funded through borrowing. We will therefore also be proposing to remove some of this growth later this evening. Turning to the People Directorate, we know of the evidence challenges that are facing adult social care and do pay tribute to our hard-working officers across the division, which is going through a huge amount of transformation. I acknowledge too the work of the Assistant Director and her team to deliver huge change and savings through the work that is set out in this year's budget. We do believe that as a country we need to go further and hope the government will start to look at a better national strategy to help to deliver all of this once and for all. We are extremely proud of the journey that our children's services has been on in recent years and the good Ofsted rating for our children's services in 2023. Compare and contrast the way that this authority works on a cross-party basis to ensure good quality children's services with that of Kent County Council, which has, as the leader referenced, recently received an Ofsted showing a worsening position. The budget this year demonstrates particularly the power of positive management placements, which has had a huge reduction in the budget. We are committed to continuing to support our children's services, and I know the positive relationship is in hand through Councillor Joy and Councillor Price, who work together well at all levels to ensure good scrutiny and effective working for the benefit of our children and young people. But, Mr Mayor, we cannot ignore the challenges facing this budget. A £10 million gap brought about by higher interest rates and large borrowing, coupled with an £8 million cash grab from the Labour government. The budget is not delivering the long-term financial sustainability that this council needs. But, Mr Mayor, arguably the only thing worse than having Labour in charge would be Reform UK. Why is that relevant, Mr Mayor? It is relevant because shortly, through the new North Kent Unitary Authority, the decisions taken by other councils in North Kent and in Kent County Council will have consequences for people living in our area. I want to pay tribute, Mr Mayor, to the exceptional leadership of Jeremy Kite and our brilliant team in Dartford, who have recently passed a budget where they did freeze council tax. Proof of what an effective and united Conservative team can do when controlling your local council. Mr Mayor, through you, unfortunately he's not here this evening, can I offer our commiserations to Councillor Lamas, the Deputy Leader of Reform UK, on the recent news that indeed he won't be the Reform Treasury spokesperson. Something, well, showing something about them, I guess, that they don't keep any promises. Reform are a one-man band backed by failed Conservative opportunists, such as the individual I just mentioned, a man begging for a peerage, Nadim Zahawi, and Cabinet reject Suella Braverman, without the experience to manage government or local government properly. The reality is Reform's left-wing economics and public spending plans will leave us with more debt, more spending and more tax for hard-working families. When it comes to defence and security, Reform are unserious about the security threats that we face in a multipolar world, relevant clearly through the Ukraine war. Reform's deputy leader in Medway that I've just referenced, himself more interested in apologising for Vladimir Putin and for the administration of the United States than standing up for British people in recent comments I see. Reform is pushing left-wing Labour-style economic policies which would cost Britain's hard-working taxpayers dearly. Reform's policies, one minute included saying they would lift the two-child benefit cap, spend hundreds of billions nationalising utility firms, charging taxes on online shopping, hiking national insurance on businesses and banning the use of renewable energy technology. Despite Reform's promise to cut local government spending, they have failed to audit any of the local authorities they control. Compare and contrast our leadership of Dartford to the disgraceful leadership of Kent County Council, an unserious mess. Reform have already broken many of the promises they made at the local elections last year. They run on a manifesto to cut council tax and improve council services, but they're failing to do either. They've failed to produce plans, failed to hold basic meetings, and they've already racked up many council resignations, including a whole heap in the last few weeks. Kent County Council has reported an in-year overspend of nearly £50 million since Reform took charge, but their budget for next year is even worse. The council tax is up 3.9%, despite a promise it wouldn't rise. £16 million is being raided from the reserves in order to cover the 1% reduction below the maximum of council tax. Indeed, their own cabinet member for Doge, totally disgraceful and unserious project, undeserving of a major unitary upper tier authority, admitted to the Financial Times that they found no significant savings and the previous administration was competent. This same individual was then forced to resign for simply speaking the truth. Tells you everything you need to know, Mr. Mayor. £600,000 to fix car parking spaces for the leader of the council and her cabinet members as a result of poor decision making around the future use of County Hall. I could just go on and on. Reform are, as Councillor Lawrence often says, a party with no soul, no belief and no talent. In summary, Mr. Mayor, the Conservative Party is back in the service of the British people. In Kemi Badenoch, we have a leader with a backbone, a strong team in Westminster, in Medway, in North Kent and across the country, with a clear plan for a stronger economy and a better run local council. The Labour Party came into government and to running Medway Council with no plan, because fundamentally the Prime Minister and the leader of the council are the same. They don't believe in anything, don't stand for anything and don't have the backbone to stand up to their left-wing MPs and councillors and to take the difficult decisions. They took the wrong decisions in government and here in Medway, taxing jobs, cutting winter fuel payments and borrowing huge amounts of money. They might find it funny, I don't think the public do. Now the economic growth has collapsed and inflation is higher than under our government, the council's living way beyond its means and taxes are at an all-time high to fund welfare spending. That is why under new leadership, the changed Conservative Party have set out a clear plan for a stronger economy and a stronger financial position for this country. Reform UK are a one-man band. They do not have the experience to lead our country and they are left-wing on the economy. Their policies for unsustainable welfare spending will mean more spending, increasing debt and higher taxes. Only the Conservative Party understands that we must live within our means and build a stronger economy which provides for well-maintained public services and a brighter United Kingdom, North Kent and Medway for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Pearce, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight, we're being asked to sign off a budget of £524 million and to tell residents in the middle of a cost of living crisis that the answer is to charge them more and deliver less. That is what this Labour budget amounts to. It is not a plan for resilience. It's a plan for higher bills, higher charges, and the same everyday problems being ignored. Let's start with the basics, council tax. Labour is proposing a 4.994% rise in council tax, and this is before police, fire and parish precepts are added. This is close to the maximum increase Labour can get away with, and it lands on households already struggling with food prices, energy bills, mortgages and rents. And this is the key point. If you're going to put up council tax by that amount, people expect to see the basics fixed. They expect to see safer roads, cleaner streets, and services that feel like they're working. But look around the Medway towns, and particularly on the Hoo Peninsula. There's litter and fly tipping everywhere. Roads are crumbling. Residents are dodging craters on the school run and damaging their cars just trying to get to work. That's not a minor inconvenience, it's a real cost and real risk being dumped onto residents. So why does it feel like Labour can always find money for the projects residents didn't ask for? We've seen tens of millions spent on red routes, school streets, repairs to Gun Wharf, and a cycleway up Four Elms Hill. Schemes that time and again, residents on the Hoo Peninsula did not want and did not prioritise. Yet the basics, the things that affect everyone every day, are still not being done. That is the central flaw to this budget. Labour's priorities are not residents' priorities. Spending money on non-essential schemes in Chatham, Gillingham and Rainham is not a priority. And it gets worse when you read the small print. This budget leans heavily on short-term sticking plasters. It includes use of reserves to balance this year's position. It also relies on millions from capital receipts, selling assets to pay for day-to-day costs. That is not sustainable budgeting. That is using up the family silver and selling the furniture to pay the monthly bills, while pretending everything is fine. And the forward look proves it. The council's own medium-term projections show projected budget gaps of tens of millions of pounds increasing year on year. So even after whacking up council tax now and burning through reserves, Labour is still steering us straight into a bigger financial hole. That is not responsible administration. That is kicking the can down the road strategy, and residents will pay again and again and again for it. And I want to be absolutely clear. We all understand there are pressures, particularly in social care and children's services, and are under strain across the country. But that's precisely why the rest of the budget has to be disciplined, focused, and rooted in what residents actually need and want. Instead, what we have is a budget that asks for more, charges more, and still can't convince the public that the basics will improve. So here is my objection put plainly. This budget puts up bills during a cost of living crisis. It was to prioritise the basics like roads and everyday frontline delivery. It relies on one-off fixes from reserves and capital receipts instead of a sustainable plan. And it locks residents into a future of repeated budget gaps and repeated pain. Mr. Mayor, budgets are choices, and Labour has chosen vanity projects and headline schemes over potholes, over basic maintenance, and over value for money for residents. I will not support a budget that asks residents to pay more while they drive over broken roads. And for that reason, I will be voting against this budget. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Finch, would you like to respond, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Lammas sends his profound apologies this evening. He was so looking forward to tonight, but he believes he may be suffering from food poisoning and has told me that he suspects the Labour Party. I would also like to place on record my thanks to him for the considerable work he's put into our amendment, along with the officers who have engaged constructively with him on it. I'm also glad to hear that the leader is getting over his Reform UK obsession. Unfortunately, it does seem that the leader of the opposition may have picked up a dose. Tonight is not about obsessions, though. It's about what residents will pay and what they will receive in return. Let's start with the headline figure, a 4.994% council tax rise. For a Band D property, that takes the annual charge to £1,934. We are told this is normal. It's not normal. It's not normal to increase council tax by almost 5% while relying on exceptional financial support to stay afloat. If residents are paying more, why does this council still require emergency flexibility to make the numbers add up? This year, we relied on over £18 million of exceptional financial support. Further support has been requested. And next year, we are assuming nearly 10 million again. That is not a one-off, that is a pattern. And councils that go down that road do not glide into calm waters. They end up with commissioners. They end up losing control. And none of us want that. We are one of around 30 councils in this position out of 317 councils nationally. That is not something to shrug at. The budget requirement for 26-27 stands at £523.7 million. Interest in financing now stands at 24.7 million. 24.7 million servicing debt. That money does not repair a road. It does not shorten a waiting list. It services borrowing. And yet the message from the leadership is nothing to see here. This is normal and nothing else can be done. With respect, that is managing decline. Tory-run East Sussex County Council has gone cap in hand to the government for exceptional financial support. Labour-led authorities, including here in Medway, are relying on EFS and capitalisation direction to balance revenue budgets. Different parties, same habit. Spend now, borrow later, hope the numbers behave. And when they don't, ask the taxpayer to fill the gap. That's the cycle that we're seeing today. Now contrast that with what happened at Kent County Council. They inherited a reported financial challenge running into hundreds of millions. They didn't pretend it wasn't serious. They didn't widen the margins and call it normal. They went through the books. They reduced their proposed council tax increase. They reviewed procurement rules. They removed barriers that excluded smaller local suppliers. They looked under the bonnet. That's the difference. One approach says, this is the pressure, there's nothing we can do. The other says, let's examine every assumption before we reach for the credit line. Labour nationally talks about growth while borrowing escalates. Conservatives in East Sussex talk about prudence while seeking emergency support. Here in Medway, we are told there is no alternative. Well, there is always an alternative. Last month, our Reform councillors visited Abbey Road. Residents told us that the road has been deteriorating for 15 years. 15 years. They were told nothing could be done. Tonight, we prove that something can be done, because when we move our amendment, we increase highways maintenance revenue by 563%, targeting neglected residential streets. We remove 3 climate change posts, saving over £180,000, because the council's job is service delivery, not lifestyle direction. We replace a percentage pay rise with a 1,000 flat rate award, giving lower paid staff proportionally more than Labour will, whilst saving money. We will also remove £44 million of capital exposure from the proposed Care for Medway care home project. I will also be crystal clear here. This is not a statement against dementia care. No one disputes the growing need for specialist nursing provision. The pressures in hospital discharge, the strain on carers, and the demographic projections are real. The question is not whether care is needed. The question is whether this council, while relying on exceptional financial support and facing spiralling borrowing costs, should be committing to a £44 million capital programme at this time. When interest and financing already stands at £24.7 million, and when reserves remain limited, adding further long-term borrowing requires serious scrutiny. Supporting vulnerable residents and exercising financial prudence are not mutually exclusive. This decision does not remove care provision from Medway. It challenges the timing and affordability of this capital commitment. Because if we do not stabilise our finances first, we risk undermining our ability to deliver care sustainably in the long term. And let's address one further point. If this Labour administration were truly ready to build this facility immediately, we would see substantial construction spend in next year's budget. We do not. There is nothing there. The only identifiable saving next year is around £300,000 in financing costs, because construction has not yet begun. That tells us something important. This is not a building already rising from the ground. It is not a shovel-ready project with contractors on site. It is a future capital commitment, and a significant one. So this debate is not about stopping care provision tomorrow. It is about whether we lock this council into a £44 million borrowing decision before we have restored financial stability. If this administration is confident in the business case, confident in the revenue modelling, and confident in the affordability, then that confidence should withstand financial scrutiny. But committing to long-term capital exposure while relying on exceptional financial support sends a contradictory message. Either we are financially stretched or we are not. We cannot argue both at the same time. This is not about optics, it's about order. Financial order must come before capital expansion. And Mr. Mayor, we will introduce the 499 scheme, rewarding real verified efficiency savings. That is not reckless, that is reprioritisation. This budget may comply with the rules, but compliance is the minimum standard. Prudence is the higher one. Because if borrowing costs rise further, where does that pressure sit? It sits here, it sits with this council, and ultimately it sits with our residents. Right now, this council is walking closer to the edge than it admits. Is that the change the leader says people voted for in 2023? Our amendments will prove there is another way, and tonight we will put it to the vote. This isn't about left or right, it's about whether we fix the system or keep feeding it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, members. We will now deal with any amendments, and I will take these in the group size order, and a reminder that the normal time limits for speaking now apply. So is there an amendment to be moved?
Group. Well, I'm not turning the microphone on. I would like to move an amendment on behalf of the Conservative group.
Thank you. Okay, has every member got a copy, please? Yes. Okay. Councillor Hackwell, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I thank the leader for setting out his budget proposals and the responses that we've heard tonight. I present this amendment to reserve some of the flawed decisions made by this Labour administration. And they've made a few, like cancelling the Christmas lights and switch-ons, introducing red routes, cancelling the English Festival, the only one in Rainham, cancelling the Summer Dickens Festival, cancelling free parking at country parks, cancelling free swimming for under 16s and over 60s, shutting the Tourist Information Centre in our most visited town, not supporting the dock workers and effectively close Chatham docks. These are just few of their poor decisions, in our opinion. But I also believe that one of their poorest decisions is to build a care home that will never be used by Medway residents because of LGR at a cost of 44 million that will be paid back over the next 50 years at a cost of the taxpayer of 2.7 million a year. As already mentioned by Councillor Perfect, in total 136 million in interest payments alone. While I'm talking about interest payments, this administration has borrowed an additional £250 million of capital since being in office. That's over a 62% interest from the last administration, and they still want to borrow more. There must come a point when we recognise that borrowing on this scale is unsustainable, and these sums will ultimately have to be repaid by our residents. The cost of serving this increased borrowing has risen dramatically under the last administration, from around 5.8 million under the last administration to 16.8 million, an increase of about 11 million. That figure exceeds the level of exceptional financial support required to balance next year's budget. This represents, in our view, poor financial management. Mr. Mayor, while this amendment cannot reverse every decision taken by the current administration, it can provide some relief to residents in Medway. Last year, we opposed substantial increase in car parking changes. It's encouraging that the administration now appears to recognise that charging £1.90 for half an hour's parking in town centres, where residents simply may wish to collect dry cleaning or purchase essential items, places unnecessary strain on the local shops and businesses. The proposal before us reduces this charge to £1. However, we believe it should go further by introducing 30 minutes of free parking in selected car parks in Rainham, Gillingham and Strood. Furthermore, last year, this Labour-led council introduced parking charges at our country parks, and this year it proposes to increase them further. Our residents, particularly young people, deserve access to green spaces to support their well-being and mental health. It's difficult to reconcile the promotion of healthier lifestyles with the measures that make access to such places increasingly costly. The proposal within this amendment are modest, yet they represent a meaningful step towards giving something back to the people of Medway during a period of continued inflationary pressure and rising unemployment driven by this Labour government. Even small measures that leave more money in residents' pockets would be both welcome and appreciated.
Councillor, your time. Is that supported? Councillor Tejan, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
I wish to speak now, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second the amendment moved by Councillor Hackwell. This amendment, Mr. Mayor, is a measured, responsible and resident-focused adjustment to the budget before us. It does not seek to tear up the council financial framework, nor does it rely on unrealistic assumptions. Instead, Mr. Mayor, it makes sensible choices about priorities, reduces future risk, and delivers tangible benefits to our communities while improving our overall financial position. First, I want to be clear about the context, Mr. Mayor. We are setting a budget that still relies on exceptional financial support. Every member in this chamber understands that this is not sustainable in the long term, and that every opportunity to reduce that reliance, however modest, Mr. Mayor, should be taken seriously. This amendment does exactly that by reducing EFS requirement from 9.856 million to 9.488 million. That reduction is achieved through a net saving of £368,000. But the importance of this amendment goes beyond the headline figure, Mr. Mayor. It's about the direction of travel. The proposed savings on areas where spending is either discretionary, duplicative, or carries significant future rates. In particular, I strongly support the removal of the care home, financing cost, and associated capital program. This single decision avoids $2.7 million per year in future financing costs and removes a $44 million capital commitment at a time when borrowing costs, construction risks, and demands uncertainty are extremely high. This is not a decision taken lightly, nor is it a commitment on the dedication of staff or the importance of adult social care. It is recognition that right now, committing to such a large capital scheme will expose the council to unacceptable long-term financial risk. The amendment also proposes removing funding from initiatives such as High Street Support Package, Visitor Economy Investment, and additional communication growth. Members may differ on the merits of this program, but in the current financial climate, it is reasonable to ask whether these are core priorities when we are asking residents to accept difficult choices.
Reminder members that we are debating the amendment now. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mayor Clark. I won't be supporting the amendment which sets out to wreck the future of social care in Medway and indeed for the new North Kent Council as well. You're deliberately disregarding the facts relating to the needs of the people we represent. It's disgraceful that you stoop low enough to let decent social care become your latest pet peeve, despite it being presented with the evidence and having two opportunities to debate it. The only people you've convinced are your ex-friends in Reform. In opposing your amendment, I want to make sure the public know just how much you don't want our vulnerable and elderly people to be properly cared for and how little ambition you've got for our towns. In any week, there are 15 to 17 people waiting for an appropriate placement, some for up to 4 months, while those ready to leave hospital but unable to do so make it harder to find beds for those waiting to get in, and others remain precariously placed in situations at home or in other care homes, which can no longer meet their needs, imperiling their safety and causing huge anxiety amongst their loved ones. This shortage also leads to family carers reaching breaking point and limits our ability to offer short-term respite because all of the available beds have to be used for long-term care. The lack of beds drives up costs, allowing existing providers to ask for more money above our contract price, making commissioning fraught and open to exploitation. You want to turn vulnerable people into a bargaining commodity. The pressure is sustained in an ageing population, and by 2030, we estimate there will be 28,000 people living with dementia, and a third of those will need a specialist care home, so we'll need 18,000 beds altogether. Trying to use LGR as an excuse for doing nothing won't wash either. The work to analyse what the new council will inherit in the expanded area is already being done by our professional officers and brings us nowhere near what we'll need, because of course the people joining with Medway have got healthcare needs too. This amendment chooses stagnation over innovation, takes us back to the bad old days of the Tories doing nothing, or to Reform's vision of smashing up public services, rationalised by trying to deport 1% of all the people in UK to deal with it as an alternative solution. We choose investment in high-quality care, supported by new technology and expert training for staff. Of course, we'll keep monitoring costs and ensure best value. That's a given under Labour, as you've heard in Councillor Maple's budget speech. Frankly, your amendment is shameful, but it doesn't surprise me. When I was in opposition, I watched you retreat from problems, blame anyone else for your failings, and of course, nothing changed other than to get worse. Thanks, but no thanks. Care for Medway is here to stay.
Thank you. Councillor Wildey, please.
Thank you. It seems asking any questions regarding this care home is met with insults, not answers. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 3 minutes isn't very long for all the concerns that I have regarding this project to build a care home. It would be very unusual for a Labour or a council project to go as planned and not have an overspend. But even assuming that this comes in as planned, It will not be built for the use of Medway residents unless the spinning top government U-turn on the local government reorganisation. But for residents of the North Kent area, this new authority, there will only be beds for a very small percent of those that need a residential care home. The cost per resident with the interest cost with specialist staff cost will be very high for the council. This will take away resources from adult social care, leaving our other residents with less to go towards their care, because we do consider all of our adult social care. The interest payments alone will be able to fund many placements in the private sector. The council does not have a recent history of running care homes. The NHS, the government, the council all have plans for people to stay in their own home for longer. This will leave only those with the most specialist care need moving into care homes. For the council to have the ability to buy the placement for the individual is a better way to treat our residents than put them in a dementia care ward trying to manage many different and changing levels of need. The interest on the borrowed money is over a 50-year term. The council cannot know the level of interest that will be charged, the changing rate of interest, the level of need moving forward. Our demographics will change considerably over the next decades, but to leave residents paying back millions of pounds per year for 50 years removes the flexibility that any council will need. The likely cost of placements in care homes is expected to rise, but over 50 years, so will the interest rates. The staffing cost for a council provision will increase as staffing costs rise. The Labour administration is selling all the buildings it can, not just for what it can get, but also to lower our refurbishment, running and maintenance costs. Accepting this principle that owning buildings is not a good long-term sustainable proposition. It is possible that change in need and individual care can be better provided. Asking questions regarding the care home is met with insults, not answers, and these decisions are being made by those that regard
Councillor
the
Wadley,
elderly.
thank you very much. Thank you. Councillor Brake, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the amendment. Just a couple of points, if I may, please. I'm just going to carry on a little bit of what was being said with regard to care homes. And I suppose I'm probably one person who is probably qualified to say, yes, there is a need for additional care home spaces. However, I do believe that what we're doing now is being done totally at the wrong time. When this was being discussed and decisions being made, the idea of reorganisation by central government across what we're doing here across Kent and Medway was but a thought in somebody's mind. But now it becomes very serious. It will happen, that I've no doubt. Mind you, the Labour government are very good at doing U-turns, so do we know if the reorganisation will actually take place? That's another question. But that said, Mr. Mayor, I do believe it would be far better to put any thoughts of additional care home facilities on hold. Wait until a new local government is in place, then it can be looked at and discussed again. But now is not the right time, so I fully support that this being taken off the table. The second item I'd like to look at, please, is the car parking. And congratulations, the Labour group, by a 47% reduction in one of the car parking prices. However, that what it does, in fact, is just really touches the tip of the iceberg. The proposal put forward by the Conservatives is for free parking for 30 minutes in the following car parks, and I won't go through the details. However, this in fact could be enhanced if we were to consider looking at the option that was considered by the previous Conservative administration of this council, and that is to the introduction of 1 day a week free car parking, one car park in each of the main town centres across Medway. The idea being it would encourage local residents in particular to go into the town centres. And secondly, in addition to that, the help and support this would give to local businesses, particularly the small local businesses. We can't really talk about large local businesses because they seem to have disappeared off the face of the earth as regards Medway. But this, in fact, would give a golden opportunity to demonstrate that we are supporting local businesses.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mahill, please.
Thank you. Listening to members opposite and members in Reform, and just trying to figure out whether it's whether they just don't know, or it's a conspiracy amongst members opposite that there isn't an aging population, as if we don't know that this, that it exists, that we have an issue, that we have care costs, social care costs that are going to hit us as a country, as communities up and down the country will not have the adequate care provision. Is it really not known? Is it really like it's so blindingly obvious that this care provision is required, that is needed? And I genuinely am sitting here stunned. I just don't understand how they can't see that the one thing that's really predictable, really quite, you can model it quite easily, is the incoming costs for care that's going to hit us. And this is the one thing that we can do for Medway's future, the one thing that we can do for the communities that we have, that we're all sat here serving, is actually have adequate care provision. It will save us millions in the future. And in terms of removing the High Street Support Package and Town Centres Reimagine Fund, I'm looking forward for members opposite in the Town Centre Board explaining to storeholders, shopkeepers, and officers how it is that they can justify that that they intend not to invest in our town centres, that how there is no need for investment, that we shouldn't be putting that investment in our high streets. It's honestly, it begs belief that they think they can just take this funding away and think that it won't have an effect on the high street, that it won't have an economic effect. This is honestly just moving figures along on a table without actually looking at the consequences. Honestly, this is childish. It's a childish amendment, and I certainly won't be supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't planning on speaking on this about the care home this evening, but I will. In a land flowing with milk and honey, I'm sure this aims of this project are quite laudable. In fact, I would support them no end. However, in the real world, the question I'm going to be asking is, will the business plan for this care home be subject to scrutiny from the council's auditors? And if it's found not fit for purpose, will Councillor Murray tender her resignation?
Sorry. Councillor Perfect, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Mr. Mayor. Thank you to colleagues for their comments. I think a couple of things from me. I think this reaction from Councillor Murray has highlighted exactly the problem with this care home. Actually, and some comments that have come out, which I just sort of noted down in front of me. And I praise Councillor Wildey because he's very restrained, actually, and I think he's very professional, actually, in the way he's responded to some of these comments, because some of these comments are completely ridiculous. I mean, let's take the first issue around the size of the care home. This is not the silver bullet to fixing all of our adult social care problems in Medway. Let's be completely clear about that. It's a care home for 40 people that won't open until the end of the decade, will be operated by an authority that isn't this one, with huge capital costs. At a time when we are borrowing money, as I've just set out very short time ago, from the Public Work Loan Board in order to pay day-to-day spending because your government didn't give us £8 million in order to balance the budget. Oh, and also because of the other complexities within your capital programme, which is adding huge amounts of money in terms of interest rates. So I think we just need to sort of look at where we are, and I think actually Councillor Kemp and also Councillor Tijan are right. It fits in the wider picture. MHCLG are very clear in their guidance about large capital projects right before local government reorganisation. And we might not yet be at that point. We will be in about 3 or 4 months' time when the statutory instruments begin being laid and we'll begin looking at implementation plans. But we're screaming this through at breakneck speed right before. We don't think that's the right thing to be doing. And look, Councillor Marhill, in terms of the savings, I think actually I'm happy to go and talk to the town centre forums about why we're doing this. Actually, some of the individuals that actually sit on those boards, particularly in Rainham, have raised concerns with me about the administration's behaviour towards car parking and the costs and the impact that that's had on our town centres. I've had that raised by independent people in Rainham. I've had that raised by people in Rochester. I've had that raised by people in Gillingham directly with me. So I'm very happy to go and have that conversation. And actually, I think they would welcome that conversation. And I think they would welcome free parking for 30 minutes, which would boost their business and industry. And that funded by removing some of these pieces of growth within the budget. They're all very exciting and would be wonderful if we had the money. But as I say, it's their government that hasn't given us the money. They've got 3 MPs. Where's the money? If you want to pay for this stuff, find the money from your government. And I think just finally, it's just about the quality of debate, actually. I think we need to have discussions about things such as the capital spend that's going on here in a mature and sensible way. And I actually praise Councillor Wildey for his very mature way in which he approaches this matters. And I think the public watching online will be far more impressed by the way he handles this discussion to how some of those on the other side handle this discussion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I've had 1 or 2 lights come on and then go off. Is there anyone who has indicated to speak? I have one other speaker, Councillor Lawrence, that has pressed their button twice. No, thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to respond to Councillor Mayhill's comments about the amendment on the regeneration elements. The only thing that's childish, actually, Councillor Mayhill, was your comments, because you will know as a small businessman, that the biggest impact on our town centres would be better economic growth in our economy, not the continued raising of taxes on small businesses like national insurance and national minimum wage. These are the things that are really holding our economy back. And you will also know that the number of NEETs in Medway is increasing month on month. The number of people unemployed is increasing month on month. And if we could get a grip of that, that would help regenerate our town centres. The other issue we have to face is the £500,000 that we are taking out is new money that you guys are borrowing that we're going to be paying interest on for years to come. Speak to any of the businesses who are in our town centres. Councillor Mayhill, would you borrow £500,000 with no way of paying it back? Of course you wouldn't. I wouldn't as a small businessman. I need to demonstrate to my shareholders a return on investment. Spending £500,000 across our 3 town centres is going to move the dial 0. So I think anyone who's childish and makes a childish comment should really reflect on what they're doing. The people of Medway want efficient local services, not millions of pounds worth of borrowing. This amendment is the right amendment. It addresses some of the imbalances that are holding back our high streets. Parking, access to the high streets, good, clean high streets and town centres. That's what we want. What we don't want is more spending on PR. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Peake.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to speak on this either, but there's a couple of things I just want to reflect on. Just in broad terms, the idea that reform is economically left-wing. So there was a brief period when there were elections up in the north of England and the ex-Thatcherite supporter Farage started talking some left-wing economics. Be interesting to hear from all those Conservatives who are economically from the hard right of the Conservative Party that have gone to reform. Anyway, by and by, what I really want to address is the idea about what I perceive as a constant attack on, in broad terms, the care community. As somebody who's worked in care for a very long time, I've seen the consequences of the lack of money and the real life impact that has on people. I do believe that the right wing, that's Conservative Party, independent reform, when it comes to issues like this, much to muchness, that they see, I'll accuse them of cynically looking at care, thinking they can go to the public and say, oh, you can have a lower council tax, we can save you money, and by the way, we're going to look at the funding of care homes. Why do I say this? Because they most probably calculate that it's much more popular with the public to say, oh, you can have a lower council tax, you can pay less money, and those who actually have to live with the consequences of care coming under attack are actually numerically quite fewer. And this really, really concerns me, and that is why I want to speak up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Halcroft-Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Kemp and the little man in the Councillor Lawrence. Sorry, I didn't mean the little man in the reform shirt, nearly. Anyway, I just wanted to quote Julius Caesar back at you, really, as you like quotes. The evil that you do lives after you, and the good is oft interfered with their bones. And I think that perfectly describes you guys. You caused all the damage, you spent all the money, and now you're calling out good decisions because you are so rotten to the core. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Councillor Maho, your light was on, but you've already spoken on this matter. So, and I go, Councillor Hamadeshi.
Thank you, Mayor. I too was not going to speak on this item. It was not planned at all. However, I feel compelled to speak on the issue of the care home situation. There's something to be said about deferred gratification. When you know there's a need for a service, putting it off comes with a price. Doing nothing costs you something. So what does that cost us by doing nothing when we know the evidence is compelling from our own CQC assessments of the situation, our own risk registers tell us that they've got aging population. We also know that delayed discharges cost us far more than we can easily quantify. So I find it bizarre, I find it completely disingenuous that people who are at the age when they should be thinking about their own peers and how their peers should be cared for with compassion can be voting against this. It is alarming on that regard. So out of these 80 beds, we know 40 of them are going to be for re-enablement. And I'm not too sure people know what re-enablement means. It means we're taking away pressure directly from Medway Maritime Hospital and other facilities. It means we're re-enabling people to re-engage in the communities, to be with their families. And that's 50% of the beds that's going to be available. So if we don't act now and just say it's the prudent thing is to wait next year, the year after, all what we're doing is delaying the inevitable, because these units, these facilities have to be built because there is a need for these facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Go back to the proposer, Councillor Hackwell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few comments, really. We can't afford to build a care home, full stop. We haven't got the money. We have borrowed 62% more in the capital budget than when we left the administration. We're paying interest payments of 11 million extra just to service that additional debt. It's just not sustainable. We're not going to solve the adult social care overnight. This is only an 80-bed facility. The cost of running that facility, we already know, would be we'd have to pay per bed higher than any ban that we've actually got we're paying currently. It's just a too expensive project. We just can't afford to do it. So that's why this amendment is saying, please take out the care home will give a little bit back to some people in a couple of ways, like free car parking and removing the ridiculous charge of car parking on the country parks, which has stopped young people in particular going to our country parks and enjoying clean, fresh air. The parents, where it was a free afternoon out, they just can't go anymore. So it's just a little tiny bit back to the people. We cannot afford to build that care home. We cannot afford to pay for beds inside that care home. We're going to have to pay Medway Council wages. We're going to have to pay Medway Council pension contributions. That's not done in normal commercial care homes. We just can't afford to do it as a council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Before we go to the recorded vote, I go back to Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clark. And as a Democrat, I welcome any amendment to a budget. As leader of this council, I certainly don't, and I will not be voting for this tonight. I want to pick up on a few comments made by the Conservative group in their contributions. It's rich coming from this Conservative group, many of whom were here at the time, to hear a vanity project being referred to when you're talking about the future, the bright, bold future for local government, when your administration spent £20,000 more than that on a Japanese roundabout that no one can get to. Ridiculous. That's a vanity project. So I would be careful about talking about vanity projects in the future. Councillor Perfect, it's interesting to hear you talk about the change of Secretary of State. And as I said in my speech, I welcome the fact of having good relationships with Jim and Angela, good relationships with Steve and Ali and Miata. Of course, let's not forget, under your government, 14 Secretaries of State, 16 housing ministers, a Secretary of State for Education for 35 hours. That's chaos. That's chaos under the Conservatives. And our country will never forget partying while those of us were isolated. That's the Conservative Party. And let's not forget, Mayor Clark, of course, we talked a lot about inflation. That's been mentioned a lot. We're just getting back to the point where we were before the disastrous Liz Truss 44 days. 11.1% inflation.
Thank you, members. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Clark. Let me continue. Councillor Wildey, I don't know what the Secretary of State is going to decide when it comes to local government reorganisation, but here's the thing. I suspect facilities in Medway, whatever the council outlook, will be used predominantly by people in Medway. Same as at the moment, there'll be facilities in Dartford and Gravesham and Swale, and they'll be used by residents there. Rest assured, there's not going to be some magic formula created. Residents will use services near them. And look, let me finish by saying this. Absolutely right from Councillor Hammond-Dichet, looking at the detail of the great project championed by my friend and deputy leader. And look, here's the thing. Somehow going, we're going to do nothing for the next 26 months. Is that it? Have you shut up shop already? Do you need a £5,000 shop front grant to look out the window? We're getting on with business. Stuff is still happening every day in Medway. Will continue to be the case. Your amendment does nothing. And I also want to know, why on earth has a Rainham councillor proposed taking money away from Rainham Town Centre? We will be reminding that to those residents time and time again.
Thank you, Councillor. We will now go to the recorded vote, and this is on the amendment moved by Councillor Hackwell. Mr. Chief Executive, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will call each member in turn, and you will be asked whether you are voting for or against, or whether you are abstaining against Councillor Hackwell's amendment. Councillor Anang. Councillor Anna-Mashorn. Councillor Bowen. Councillor Brake. Councillor Brown. Councillor Campbell. Mr. Mayor, for Councillor Cook. Councillor Coombs. Councillor Curry. Councillor Etheridge. Councillor Fern. Councillor Field. Councillor Filmer. Councillor Finch. Councillor Gilbourne. Councillor Golvin. Councillor Gurung. Councillor Hackwell. Councillor Hammondishe. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Halcroft-Scott. Councillor Hubbard. Councillor Hine. Councillor Jackson. Councillor Jones. Councillor Joy. Councillor Kemp. Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Marhill. Councillor Mandarakis. Councillor Maple. Councillor MacDonald. Councillor Murray. Councillor Myton. Councillor Nestorov. Councillor Nestorova. Councillor Patterson is not here. Councillor Peake. Councillor Pearce. Councillor Perfect. Councillor Luella Prenter. Councillor Mark Prenter. Councillor Price. Councillor Sands. Councillor Shockar. Mr. Deputy Mayor. Councillor Stamp. Councillor Tijan. Councillor Mrs. Turpin. Councillor Van Dyke. Councillor Vi. Councillor Wildey. Councillor Williams. Mr. Mayor, the amendment is lost.
Thank you, members. The amendment is lost. Councillor Pearce, are you moving an amendment? Thank you.
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
If we could have them circulated first.
Okay.
Okay, has every member got a copy, please? Thank you. In which case, okay, Councillor Pearce, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a simple, common sense amendment that stops more funding on Labour's vanity projects and instead starts repairing roads that my...
Members, thank you very much. Councillor Pearce has the floor. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. This is a simple, common sense amendment that stops more funding on Labour's vanity projects and instead starts repairing the roads that my residents use every single day. This amendment reallocates £744,000 of taxpayers' money into additional Who Peninsula pothole repair and resurfacing fund, covering Strood Rural Ward, Who and High Houselow Ward and All Saints Ward. Who Peninsula residents contribute tens of millions of pounds in council tax and business rates to this council's coffers every year. And in return, they have to put up with travelling on roads that are covered in dangerous potholes. With only one main route on and off the Who Peninsula, residents don't have any choice, so this is particularly problematic. These aren't just minor defects, Mr. Mayor. Many have been caused or made worse by HGV movements to and from the regionally and nationally important Kingsnorth and Grain sites. This huge volume of weight pounds the roads every single day, week after week, until the surface fails and potholes multiply and conditions become treacherous. Hard-working people are just trying to get on with their lives. Families doing school runs, carers looking after the most vulnerable, pensioners attending medical appointments, tradespeople keeping the country ticking over, and shift workers working the shifts that most won't. In a cost of living crisis, these potholes are causing hundreds, sometimes thousands of pounds of damage. Wheels, tyres, alloys, suspension and tracking. Hard-pressed families who are already struggling to make ends meet are having to choose between fixing the car and paying other bills. Taxpayers on the Hoo Peninsula don't want their money spent on non-essential schemes, specifically for Chatham, Gillingham and Raynham. And residents don't want pay increases for the council's most senior employees at the same time as Labour hiking up council tax and increasing fees and charges every year. The Labour administration has once again got their priorities completely wrong. If money can be found for various non-essential schemes, Labour can find the money to make sure my residents don't wreck their cars on their way to earning a living. It isn't complicated, it's not ideological, it's practical, it's fair and it's long overdue. The Labour administration must cut the fluff and put taxpayers' money where it belongs, fixing the roads on the Hoo Peninsula. So, Mr Mayor, I urge members to back this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that supported? Councillor Sands, do you wish to speak now or reserve?
I'll speak now, please, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Members, I support this amendment from Councillor Pearce because it's grounded in a very simple principle. And that principle is that we must put the limited public money where the need is greatest and where the risk to residents, businesses and public service are most immediate. The roads across the Hoo Peninsula are no longer just worn, they're failing. And for years, residents in Strood, Royal, Hoo and the High Halstow, All Saints Wards, have all been saying the same story, a story of deepening potholes, repeated temporary patching, damaged vehicles, disrupted bus routes and a growing safety concern for cyclists, pedestrians and motorcyclists. What makes the situation on the peninsula different from many other parts of our authority is the scale and the type of traffic. The roads are carrying sustained heavy use from very large HGV vehicles who are serving industry, logistics and construction. More recently, they've also been subjected to repeated movements by tracked military vehicles. And that combination is brutal on road service that were never designed to withstand that level of stress. We are not talking about cosmetic defects, we're talking about structural damage. And if we don't intervene properly now, we will simply lock ourselves into escalating costs, emergency call-outs. The amendment before us is quite clear. It proposes removing spending on senior salary increases and a range of regeneration and enablement projects, in total of £744,460. And every single pound of that funding should be redirected for one defined purpose: pothole repair and resurfacing across the Hoo Peninsula. This is not an argument against regeneration. It's about timing. It's about priorities. High street initiatives, business improvement plans and regeneration enablement funds are very important, but they do not become worthless if they are delayed. Crumbling roads, however, become more dangerous and more expensive the longer we leave them. Residents on the peninsula are contributing to this authority in exactly the same way as residents everywhere else, yet their roads carry a disproportionate burden of heavy and specialist traffic, and they should not be expected to accept inferior highway conditions just because they live in a rural part of our council. A safe, reliable road network is not a luxury, it's an essential. Emergency services, school transport, local businesses, care workers and residents just simply going to work and medical appointments.
Sorry, Councillor, the times. Thank you very much. Councillor Perfect, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Pearce for his amendment, but the Conservative group won't be voting for it, but I'm happy to talk about the important issue because there are some things that I do agree with within here, particularly around potholes, as I highlighted in my main speech, actually. The government, the Labour government, obviously recently identifying through a very clear new tool that they've developed that indeed their own Labour council here in Medway is amber which is indeed very, very worrying. And I share his concerns, and I know a number of residents write to me on a consistent basis raising those concerns about potholes. When Rishi Sunak was the Prime Minister, we outlined a plan for drivers, and within that plan we had funding to ensure that the Bluebell Hill works could be delivered as part of the Lower Thames Crossing. We had significant amounts of money that were being delivered through that for frontline road repairs, including money that this council and this administration spent and took quite willingly from the then Conservative government that the leader speaks of. So I agree with him on the issue of potholes, and I hope that the Labour government can hold their Labour Council to account on some of those issues. And just finally, I just wanted to pick up a couple of points that the leader decided to make. I don't intend to continue to have a back and forth throughout this meeting, but I'm happy to. A couple of things. I mean, if the best they've got of a defence of their care home is to pick up on a Section 106 funded roundabout in Gillingham, which was funded through Section 106 monies, which had nothing to do with the previous administration, in terms of Gillingham. I really think that there are serious...
Sorry, Councillor, that's not relative to the amendment. Thank you. Sorry, do you have anything further on the...
Yeah, I do have something further. I just wanted to say thank you to Councillor Pearce, but we'll be voting against the amendment. But I still agree that the leader's wrong on the roundabout. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Murray?
Well, I'm not supporting Councillor Pearce's amendment. And poor old Richard, it's his birthday, trying to take your money away, mate. That's not fair, is it? That's not very nice. Dear, oh dear. What a Scrooge. Look, the last time I went to the peninsula, I was not aware that I was travelling down a terrible rutted track, that I was going to fall in a hole at any minute. Yes, there are problems. Years of neglect, terrible repairs, £170 million of infrastructure funding being welcomed at being taken away by the ex-MP for Rochester and Strood have contributed to the situation that you described. But the last time that I went to the peninsula, I didn't pick up at all that everybody there hated and resented the rest of Medway. On the contrary, the people there go to the rest of Medway every day. And one of the reasons they do that is because infrastructure on the peninsula has suffered. They haven't got a big supermarket, but they will have when we get some development in through the local plan. They haven't got the same kinds of facilities as the other town centres, and they deserve to have. And when the peninsula can expand to become a small rural town, those things will come along. This is riven with resentment, the kind of boiling fury that Councillor Maple spoke of in his budget speech, and a completely ignorant perspective of what you need to do to keep an area where 280 million people live safe and comfortable for everybody. I don't think that anybody in Gillingham or Chatham or Rainham would resent people in Who having anything, and vice versa. It's you who have made that up. That's in your head, Councillor Pearce. We will get to the potholes, but we're not going to do so at the expense of everybody else having the things that they need.
Councillor Weller-Pinter, please.
Thank you, Mayor Clark. Thank you. I must say that I'm astounded that Councillor Pearce thinks it's common sense to remove the funding allocated to safer, cleaner high streets in Gillingham and Chatham. Years of a lack of funding under the Conservative administration has left our urban centres in a terrible state, and we're trying hard to overturn that. And perhaps Councillor Pearce would like to come and visit our town centres himself and meet the residents who feel vulnerable when they're out shopping and carrying out their day-to-day life. And frankly, ignoring regeneration will just send us backwards. So I won't be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Peake.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What really annoys me about this amendment is the way it is expressed. It is so blatant, it's actually laughable. You're just literally going to take money away from very deserved courses and very deserved areas, Chatham, Gillingham, Rainham, just to go to the Who. I know you're the independent members of the Who, but you're not an independent republic. You are, believe it or not, part of Medway. And I suspect that you might even actually use some of the facilities, maybe even drive in other roads in Medway. And yet every single time you talk, all you do is focus on the who. And you say it in such a sanctimonious way as if you're sort of championing something. But when you use really stupid language, Councillor Pearce, like the fluff, it really does not add up very well because it's so blatant what you're trying to do. And I just want to reflect on your narrow-minded, oh, we only care about the who. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Hill, your light's gone on and off several times. No? Okay, thank you. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've seen some ludicrous amendments in the 20 years I've been on this council. This one takes the biscuit. What Councillor Pearce seems to forget, he's a member of the Medway Council. He's not the sole representative for the People's Republic of the Hugh Peninsula. And as such, I don't really know why we're discussing it because, you know, he represents a few folk on the peninsula. I'm sure he doesn't think everybody in the Hugh Peninsula wants to be totally isolated from Medway. And so I will be voting against this. Sorry.
Thank you. November, I go back to the proposer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Infrastructure has suffered because of the constant house building. That's the core reason for infrastructure suffering and roads having potholes in them. The £170 million HIF wasn't for potholes, Councillor Murray. I'm surprised by that, you know, being deputy leader of the council in the finances. It was for a bonkers railway scheme, which your group actually opposed in the end. And the new roads not existing. So nothing to do with potholes, it's to do with new roads and a bonkers railway. Lastly, I do need to put on the record.
Hold on, please, Councillor. Councillor Murray.
£80 million of that £170 million was for roads.
Councillor Pearce.
That's correct, but it wasn't for potholes. It wasn't for potholes.
New roads.
Thank you, members. Thank you.
It was specifically for new roads, not existing roads and potholes. Come on, we all know that. Lastly, and this is an important point, the interruptions are not a great look, okay? It shows contempt for my residents and it shows contempt for the Hoo Peninsula. And that's why Hoo Peninsula residents rejected your party and they also rejected your party because of the contempt over the last 20 years since the formation of this authority.
Thank you. Councillor Perfect.
Yeah, thank you very much. Councillor Pearce, in case you haven't realised, half of your group that was sitting there this evening were elected under the Conservative whip and all were required to sign up to the Conservative Party constitution, which means that all candidates have to agree to what the National Party leader's doing and what the local party leader's doing. So if they didn't like it at the time, I'm very sorry about that, but they were elected as Conservative and Unionists. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce, thank you.
Well, they were, but the contempt and the history of the last administration was the last straw because that wasn't a great administration. And I think at some point the leader of the opposition is going to have to clarify that the last administration was not great for this council. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to recorded vote, Councillor Maple. Thank you.
Wow. I want to agree with my friend and colleague, Councillor Kemp, soon to be the Vice Chair, rightfully, of Kent Fire and Rescue Authority. In 19 years, I've never seen such a pork barrel politics amendment coming to this council. Well done, but I ain't voting for it. And just to show I was paying attention, because I listened to everybody, in your opening remarks tonight, you said, and I quote, let's tidy the street. And then you're proposing taking the money away for schemes to tidy the streets. So are you not listening to your own speeches, Councillor Pearce? Councillor Perfect made an interesting and important point to remind the electorate that some independents are more independent than others. Let's always remember that. I think there's at least three former Conservative Party members over there, and Ron Sands, Councillor Sands, who does a good job. Tonight, I don't agree with him tonight, but does a good job for particularly the area of armed forces, which we were talking about earlier tonight. Let me say this loud and clear.
I was very critical of the Conservative group when it comes to the issue of terms and conditions. You're just as bad. You're like, I don't know, a uni party, some would say. I wouldn't say that, but some might. And look, let's be very, very clear. As others have said, this is a council budget for 292,000 people. And you can talk about vanity projects. None of these things. What's a vanity project about? Paying people well, cleaning up our streets, getting investment into our communities. Those are not vanity projects from a council funding. I'd say, for example, hypothetically, a council support for a local community event where you can wear big hats. That's a vanity project. I think you need to think about that, perhaps, when you're talking about vanity projects. So, Mayor Clark, I won't be supporting this. Not because there aren't issues with highways across Medway. I made that clear in the speech. There's more work to do. I was mocked by some on the other side when I said in opposition we needed £50 million to get our highways up to the right level. That figure has increased because there's more pressures. We're getting more money. We need more money. This is not the way to deal with it. I will be opposing this amendment. Thank you, Mayor Clark.
Thank you. Before we go to the recorded vote, a reminder that we are voting on the amendment as proposed by Councillor Pearce. Mr. Chief Executive.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Taking each member in turn, please indicate whether you are voting for or against or whether you abstain. Councillor Anang. Councillor Anima Shawn. Councillor Bowen. Councillor Brake. Councillor Brown. Councillor Campbell. Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Councillor Cook. Councillor Coombs. Councillor Curry. Councillor Etheridge. Councillor Fern. Councillor Field. Councillor Filmer. Councillor Finch. Councillor Gilbourne. Councillor Golvin. Councillor Garung. Councillor Hackwell. Councillor Hammondishe. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Halcrow Scott. Councillor Hubbard. Councillor Hine. Councillor Jackson. Councillor Jones. Councillor Joy. Councillor Kemp. Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Marhill. Councillor Mandarakis. Councillor Maple. Councillor MacDonald. Councillor Murray. Councillor Myton. Councillor Nestorov. Councillor Nestorova. Councillor Patterson is not here. Councillor Peake. Councillor Pearce. Councillor Perfect. Councillor Luella Prenter. Councillor Mark Prenter. Councillor Price. Councillor Sands. Councillor Shockar. Mr. Deputy Mayor. Councillor Stamp. Councillor Tijan. Councillor Mrs. Turpin. Councillor Van Dyke. Councillor Vi. Councillor Wildey. Councillor Williams. Mr. Mayor, the amendment is lost.
Thank you, members. The amendment is lost. Councillor Finch, do you have an amendment to move?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. If we could circulate the amendment papers. Members, after we've debated this amendment, we will be going to a comfort break. Thank you. Has every member got a copy of the amendment? Okay, Councillor Finch, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move this amendment that keeps the total revenue budget at £523.752 million. It does not increase spending. It reallocates £6,414,738 to reflect clearer priorities and stronger financial discipline. And more importantly, doesn't take money away from high street regeneration like the other two amendments have. Let me address the obvious criticism straight away. On staff pay, we replace a 3.5% rise with a 1,000 flat rate award. That delivers proportionally more to lower paid staff. It is fairer and it avoids permanently embedding inflation into the base budget. This is not a pay cut, it's a structural adjustment. We also introduce a 499 scheme. If departments achieve verified 4.99% efficiency savings, staff may receive a £499 payment. Savings must be evidenced and signed off. Even at full participation, this produces a substantial net saving. If anyone believes a £523 million organisation cannot identify 4.99% efficiency without cutting frontline services, then that is a far more serious structural problem. On the highways, we increased the highways maintenance revenue budget by £2,800,000, a 563% uplift in internal allocation. This is ring-fenced, targeted and Medway-wide, focused on neglected residential streets. This is deliverable revenue spend, not theoretical capital. We've seen the amendment from the independent group. It reallocates £744,000 and directs it towards potholes repairs in one part of Medway. Any investment in roads is welcome, but let's be honest about scale. £744,000 in a £523 million budget is a marginal adjustment. Our amendment reallocates over £6.4 million. It doesn't just top up a line item, it restructures pay policy, introduces efficiency incentives across departments, increases highways funding borough-wide, and removes a £444 million capital borrowing commitment. There's a difference between adjusting around the edges and addressing the fundamentals. Climate staffing, we remove 3 posts, saving £186,000. On Care for Medway, we remove that £44 million borrowing commitment. There is no substantial construction spend next year. This is not a building rising from the ground, it's forward borrowing commitment. If the business case is strong, it will remain strong once the finances are secure. In summary, this amendment maintains a balanced budget, delivers a fairer pay structure, incentivises efficiency, prioritises frontline highways, reduces long-term borrowing exposure. It's fully costed and is deliverable, and it demonstrates that there always is a choice. Tonight, we either normalise dependency or we restore financial discipline. I commend the amendment to the Council.
Thank you, Councillor. Is that supported? Councillor Vyde, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
To speak later.
Thank you. Councillor Perfect.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I think this comes to the heart of the problem that I was talking about earlier on in this meeting, about Reform UK being totally unserious. I mean, the 499 scheme, which sounds like something out of a Tesco club card offer. I mean, and I've only just seen this, so I'm just sort of, you sort of look at it and you sort of think, it's a Tesco club card offer, but with Doge intentions at the heart. And as we've learned from the former cabinet member for Doge at Kent County Council, who admitted in a very good interview worth reading to the Financial Times, Councillor Finch, it's laid out very clearly the fact that actually he couldn't find any savings. The previous administration were very competent, and he was then asked to resign by your leader the following day. And I think the problem that you've got here is it's exactly the same thing. It's this attempting to find savings that don't really exist. Then we're talking here in the same vein around just cutting random officers in the climate change division, for what reason we don't really know. We've also got talking about removing the pay award, but bringing in a pay award which is only £1 million less, but would create huge discrepancies between different officers at different parts of the council, and it's not very clear to me exactly how that would work between part-time staff, full-time staff, etc. And I think the highways maintenance revenue budget, well, we just had a long discussion about that. I agree we need to spend more on potholes, but again, not really clear what exactly that would deliver, coupled with a Doge-style effort that vaguely says that we can get 26 million if every single department made a 5% saving, which you might think is easy, but as it comes back to that point about a lack of experience in local government, delivering a 5% saving in some of those directorates and departments will be very, 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 very difficult indeed. So, look, the Conservative Party stands for fiscal competence, and therefore we are not able to support this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Curry.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just want to pick up on the climate issue. I don't know whether to laugh or cry over this one, so I'm just going to say a few things. For those people who don't think climate change is happening, we had 4 serious heat waves last summer, and we've had more rain this winter than we've ever had in our, heaven knows, we've all seen it. So, I mean, it is literally on our doorstep. Sea level rise and the tidal rise in the River Medway is already a multi-million-pound threat to our town centres right now. Forget the future, forget 5 years or 10 years. Right now, it is a huge threat. Air pollution causes massive health problems to all of us, particularly our young people. I could go on with the list. 1 in 6 species in Kent and Medway are under threat at the moment. That's the biodiversity. It goes on. So the climate team, and there are currently only 3 of them in that team, climate change board for senior officers to attend and talk about how they're delivering our action plan. Delivery of the climate change action plan. Community engagement initiatives, our working groups. We have the Army, the hospital, the universities, MVA, Mid-Kent College, and a load of other community organisations who meet regularly throughout the year to talk about their role in climate change. That's what the officers are doing. We have advice and guidance to all the council staff on how to deliver on a carbon budget savings. Technical data collection goes on. I could list the kind of things that team does. It's an amazing piece of work, and they're making a difference. The AQMAs in Pier Road and Rainham Town Centre are now gone because all the years of effort by the previous administration and us have made a difference in air pollution in those areas. We are starting to make a difference. We're planting thousands of trees now, which we never did before. That's what that team is doing to make a difference for our climate contribution to the whole nation's contribution, because the real problems that I have outlined at the start about heat waves and flooding and sea level rise are real. I just heard today that penguins are dying because there's not enough ice for them to live on anymore. I mean, what more evidence do you want? So the ridiculous nature of this party's approach to climate is appalling, actually. So I'm not laughing, I'm nearly crying with this. It's horrible. Thank you.
Well done. Councillor Mark Prenter, please.
Thank you. It's only right that the staff of Medway deserve a cost of living pay rise. A cost of living pay rise. Our suggestion isn't an RPI busting pay rise. The staff of Medway should not have to go to food banks or in-work benefits while they deliver services to our residents. Councillor Ladmus doesn't even want, as he said at a committee meeting, to give a bare minimum cost of living pay rise to those that reside in his own ward. But he was happy to receive a tax-funded pay rise, annual pay rises while working for an MP, while continuing to raise taxes on workers in this country, and continues, I'm sure, to receive the pension benefits that he received then, when he can. Councillor Finch, I've done the maths. You're actually giving a pay cut to some of those in the low pay bracket, and this proposal doesn't give a fair pay rise to all employees. How do departments that can't provide savings due to providing essential services meet your funky club? We do not want to be like KCC that can't hire TAs and are letting down those that need it the most. They are not being served. Those that need the help the most. This is a race to the bottom, not a council that wants to provide the service that it needs with the staff that it needs, a well-maintained staff we retain to provide the services that we need. This is appalling. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, go back to Councillor Vi. Sorry, Councillor, nothing further to add? Did I get? Okay, Councillor Finch, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Taking on some of those points, this amendment does not increase spending. It does not unbalance the budget. It does not remove care provision. What it does is reprioritise. We know that some departments won't make savings, like highways, so we can reward them for fixing the roads instead. This amendment also replaces a percentage pay rise with a flat rate award that benefits lower paid staff more. This proposal is more generous than Labour's for the bottom third of council staff. So I don't know where you got your figures from, Councillor Prenter. It incentivises efficiency rather than assuming it cannot be found. It directs meaningful ring-fence funding to neglected residential roads, and it pauses a £44 million borrowing commitment at a time when this council is reliant on exceptional financial support and carrying £24.7 million in interest and financing costs. We've heard arguments about risk. The real risk is normalising dependency. We've heard arguments about compassion. There's nothing compassionate about weakening the council's long-term financial position. We've heard that this is unrealistic. What is unrealistic is believing that structural pressure disappears if we ignore it. This amendment is not dramatic. It is not disciplined. It's not ideological. It's practical. And above all, it proves there is always a choice. Tonight, members are not voting on rhetoric. They're voting on priorities, on whether we continue on the current trajectory or whether we take a firmer grip on financial control. That's the decision before us, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maple.
Thank you, Mayor Clark. I want to pick up on Councillor Finch's sentence there. It's not ideological. Medway Council employs around about 2,400 staff. You've picked 3 which deal with climate change. How coincidental when you've got a deputy leader who simply doesn't understand science. I think that's incredibly ideological. Be careful what you wish for with Reform UK. If you look down the road at Bluebell Hill, you can see the chaos, as I mentioned earlier on. So there is ideology in here. I've got no problem with that. We're all ideological people, but don't deny it. You know, you are a denier of ideological stuff and maybe of other stuff as well, looking at your proposals here. Again, I'm clear, we're getting on with Care for Medway, and I thank my Deputy Leader for her tremendous work on this. And I appreciate this is only Councillor Finch's second budget, but actually I'll give him a little reminder that the MedPay scheme has taken 10 years to resolve. It's complex, it's difficult. Trying to just rock up with something that sounds somewhere between a Timu Ponzi scheme or something else is ridiculous. This is not how you do it. And again, I know you've got lots of former Conservative Party members and a third of your group is former Conservative councillors, but you don't have to act the same way by just randomly sacking staff and making up terms and conditions on a night in February. So, Mayor Clark, I won't be supporting this. I've made comments previously to Councillor Pearce's amendments around recognising, as I did in my main speech, that there's more to do on highways. We would all agree with that. That would be, if the sentence was, is there more to do, there'd be 59 councillors voting for that. We have a scheme in place dealing with that, dealing with the additional resource we're getting from central government. So look, this was a great attempt at trying to look a little bit like the shop window down the road. And of course, let's not forget, of course, Councillor Finch and Councillor Vi, they may be thinking today about their friend Kieran, who's also left Reform today. And I wish him well in whatever party he's joining next down in Swale. So look, Mayor Clark, this will not have support from myself. I strongly suspect it will not have support from the vast majority of Medway councillors, and frankly, it won't have support from the majority of Medway residents. Thank you, Mayor Clark.
Thank you. We now go to the recorded vote on the amendment proposed by Councillor Fitch. Mr. Chief Executive, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Taking each member in turn, please. Councillor Anang. Councillor Anna Mashorn. Councillor Bowen. Councillor Brake. Councillor Brown. Councillor Campbell. Mr. Mayor. Okay. Councillor Cook. Councillor Coombs. Councillor Curry. Councillor Etheridge. Councillor Fern. Councillor Field. Councillor Filmer, Councillor Finch, Councillor Gilbourne, Councillor Golvin, Councillor Gurung, Councillor Hackwell, Councillor Hammond-Dishay, Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Halcroft-Scott, Councillor Hubbard, Councillor Hine, Councillor Jackson, Councillor Jones, Councillor Joy, Councillor Kemp, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Marhill, Councillor Mandarakis, Councillor Maple, Councillor MacDonald, Councillor Murray, Councillor Myton, Councillor Nestorov, Councillor Nestorova, Councillor Peake, Councillor Pearce, Councillor Perfect, Councillor Luella Prenter, Councillor Mark Prenter, Councillor Price, Councillor Sands, Councillor Shokar, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Against.
Councillor Stamp, Councillor Tijan, Councillor Mrs Turpin, Councillor Van Dyke, Councillor Vi, Councillor Wildey, Councillor Williams. Mr Mayor, the amendment is lost.
Thank you, members. The amendment is lost. Before we debate the substantive motion, I move that we will have a 10-minute comfort break. Will members please stand while the mace is tilted? Thank you. Thank you, members, for 10 minutes.
Well done. Take it easy. Take it easy.
Members, please stand for the tilt of the mace. Thank you. Thank you, members. Please sit. We come now to the debate on the substantive motion as proposed by Councillor Maple and seconded by Councillor Murray. Reminder to everyone that the normal time limits apply. Please indicate if you wish to speak on the substantive motion. Councillor Lawrence, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Tonight, this Labour administration is asking the hard-working people of Medway to pay the absolute maximum in council tax, to receive less in services and to foot the bill for their continued staggering financial incompetence. Let us take a look directly at the leader of the council. What exactly is his legacy shaping up to be? It is a legacy defined by a fundamental failure to balance the budget, a legacy of huge reckless increase in borrowing and the crippling debt interest that follows it. Let us be absolutely clear about what this budget represents. It's not balanced. It's propped up by an extra 10 million of borrowed money just to plug another black hole. Mr Mayor, the word exceptional implies an unprecedented one-off emergency. But under the leader of the council, begging the government for a bailout has ceased to be an exception. It has become his deliberate financial strategy. The total EFS bill will hit a staggering £62 million by the time this council ceases to exist, assuming that the equally terrible government doesn't do another U-turn. Yes, that is £62 million. Councillor Maple is putting the day-to-day running of this council on a virtual Medway credit card and expecting the taxpayers of Medway and the residents of the new North Kent unitary to pay the interest for his abject failure. Next year, we'll hand over nearly 25 million just to service the debt, and that's an increase of 3.5 million in a single year. We see 44 million of new capital borrowing for the IPM care home, a project that adds 2.7 million of additional pressure in future years. But when the leader of the council isn't maxing out the council's credit card, he is allowing ideologies to get in the way of common sense. Take the politically motivated move to begin the ending of our relationship with Medway North, a decision driven by dogma, not economics, and one that taxpayers will ultimately pay for. And then, Mr Mayor, we had the school street scheme. Let's call it out. It's highway robbery. It's nothing more than a cash grab, penalising hard-working parents and motorists by plugging the gaps of their own financial mismanagement. They claim they have no more money, but they've managed to find extra money for PR. No administration borrows to pay for PR officers unless you are this bad. Mr Mayor, the leader regularly praises his cabinet for its diversity, but his and their legacy is written into this document. It is fiscally reckless, it's an insult to the taxpayers of Medway, and I urge the Chamber to reject it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Llewellyn-Printer, please.
Thank you, Mayor Clark. I want to start by recognising the ongoing work from our housing officers across the service, as well as our partners in the community, our much valued tenants panel and Medway Development Company. Strategic housing includes the management of the Council's social housing waiting list, advertising and allocation of social housing properties, our private sector housing team, commissioned housing support services, housing advice and options, the Rough Sleeper Initiative team and the Disabled Facilities Grant team. I thank them all for their commitment and care in delivering for the people of Medway. Following the planned inspection by the Regulator of Social Housing, as the leader has highlighted, resulting in our housing team delivering the second highest rating for our service, I'm proud of the ongoing commitment to provide a good service to our tenants so they may continue to live in homes that are clean, safe and healthy. I'm also proud of the progress that's been made to continue to grow our own housing stock, and I'm pleased to report that we have beaten our target of 1% growth this year, providing additional council-owned housing. Our tenancy engagement continues to grow, not only with our much valued tenants panel, but with the continuation of the big door knocks, tenancy surgeries, attendance at community events such as Gillingham's Big Day Out, and the introduction of the Medway Roadshows, as well as providing additional face-to-face appointments for residents. Approaches for housing assistance continue to be significant at over 300 a month. Through preventative measures taken early on, we're helping more people to remain in their homes, and this early intervention is working. However, the reality, Mayor Clark, is that there's almost 1,000 children living in temporary accommodation here in Medway, and we as an administration are taking steps to combat it. As the leader has mentioned, we received over £500,000 in additional funding from our Labour government to support our work to combat homelessness and rough sleeping, as well as improving the experience of those children who are living in temporary accommodation. Other steps we're taking to combat this ongoing challenge include the One Medway letting service, providing guaranteed rent to landlords, and I urge any landlords interested in our offer to make contact. Our winter night shelter will continue thanks to government grants that have helped us to operate, not only providing a warm place to stay for those rough sleeping, but also provide extra support where needed to help people not only into accommodation, but support in other ways to help them get back on track with their lives. Our own temporary accommodation purchase plan is continued and expected to beat the original target of 150 properties, continuing our commitment to reducing the expensive cost of nightly paid accommodation. I'm pleased to confirm the consultation on additional and selective licensing will start in March. Another positive move from this Labour administration to raise the standards of tenants living in private rented accommodation. Finally, I want to recognise the 5-year anniversary of Medway Development Company, who continue to work hard for Medway by developing brownfield sites across Medway in order to aid regeneration and provide much needed housing. Working in collaboration with the Council and OHOB Training Academy to provide pre-employment training for 100 people aiming to start working in construction. This administration will continue the ongoing work we've started to support...
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Price, please.
Yeah, just wanted to thank our very hard-working children's social care staff, ably led by Kelly Cogger, and just to say that the last 2 Ofsted-focused visits recognise the steady momentum of improvement across children's social care services in Medway, highlighting stronger management oversight, better quality social work practice, and improved stability for children in care. These findings demonstrate that Medway is now on a firmer trajectory of sustained progress. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Field, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to Medway officers in developing this budget, and thanks to the members of the Regeneration, Culture and Environment Overview and Scrutiny. I'm proud to chair for their work in scrutinising these proposals. As we have heard tonight, Medway spends £1.35 million a day on adult and children's social care, along with our statutory and moral responsibilities in preventing homelessness. For the budget that my committee scrutinises, temporary accommodation is rising from £10 million to a projected sum of £12 million. This is not money that we should be spending on behalf of hard-working Medway taxpayers. We need to resolve our housing crisis, and hopefully this year we will be able to see us adopt the first local plan. Since I was at sixth form at Rain and Mark, I turned 41 this year. In terms of new investment, it's pleasing to see more permanent staff in our libraries that help to foster and nurture the love of reading and learning in our communities. Investment in the regeneration of Gillingham and Chatham high streets, back in our high streets that have been held back for too long. Funding to turn our river strategy from words to deeds. Investment in fixing the backlog of potholes, resolving congestion and backing my favourite buses. Opening a new commercial race facility. Getting on with delivering new parks at Deangate and Temple Gardens. Helping men and women's best friends with a new kennel facility which will save us money in the long run. More investment in grassroots football in the spirit of Stroud's own Isaac Newell, so there are more chances for the next Alicia Russo or Chris Smalling can flourish. And a special mention to preparations for a special birthday for our greatest icon, Rochester Castle, next year. No Japanese gardens on roundabouts or fireworks celebrating losses to the Dutch Navy, rather real benefits for Medway citizens. As we steer towards calmer financial waters, whilst retaining Kent's lowest council tax rate, I'm reminded of a quote from the father of the NHS, Nye Bevan. The language of priorities is the religion of socialism. And here we are seeing that action through this budget. Medway Labour is delivering the priorities, balancing increasing needs, that 1.35 million a day, but at the same time ensuring good stewardship of taxpayers' money. I commend this budget to Council and hope that all may support it tonight.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Joy, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to second what Councillor Price said about our Children's Services Department. But within the Children's Services, for myself, there is also another department, which is the Education Department. And within the Education Department, over a number of years, under the previous administration and with this administration, we've been in a safety valve where the high needs block of the Designated Schools grant had overspent because of the high demands. But under the previous administration and then continued by this one, we realised that that would need to be repaid. And with the help of all our schools in Medway, sacrifices were made to make sure that we had that money to pay it back when we needed to. Earlier on this month, the government announced that they were going to pay off 90% of everyone that had these payments, after we'd actually got the money to pay our own. But quite luckily, due to the administrative error system within the accounting, that we actually did get some money, which is totaling 12 million, but has to be spent in that high needs block. Our neighbours at Kent County Council roughly have about 5.5 times the amount of residents we look after. So you'd expect that what they would be getting would be 5.5 times, which is 66 million. But you'd be wrong, because they've decided that they don't need to pay back their debts, and this is continued by the Reform Council there. And instead of raising by the full 4.99% that they could, which could have brought in an extra 10 million that could pay off some of their debts, they just ignored it. That debt would have gone to all the authorities if this money hadn't been covered, and their total was 170 million. That's 2.5 times what you would expect. And there's no wonder that on our children's services that we're on the upward trajectory, because we're investing in it. Whereas Kent County Council, under the Conservative administration, was outstanding. Under the new administration, is good, and the trend is it's going to keep going. So, yeah, big praise to all of our education team for all the hard work they've done. And I know that going forward, it's going to be challenging. And my concerns with the children's budget was that we've cut on that one because we think there is savings in there. But we do not know what's going to happen around the corner, and it is always really a hard one. But all the hard work they do needs to be praised, and I hope we can stick within our budget. But it's nice to have that little bit of extra money to help us out on the high needs. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Curry, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to pick up on the fact that the Leader of the Council mentioned at the start of his speech that we have currently got a Labour government, 3 Labour MPs and a Labour council in Medway, which is a unique thing. I don't think it's ever happened before. And also the fact that the Leader of the Opposition spent a large chunk of his speech complaining about the government and not talking about Medway Council and its budget at all, really. So I just wanted to pick up on a couple of things on a national level, if you like. Firstly, after literally just 18 months of government, public sector finance income in January was recorded at £30+ billion, which is a key economic indicator of health. Retail sales services over the last few months have been positive. Private sector economy has been called having a robust upturn. Inflation is down. Interest rates are going to be cut. That's pending at the moment. Energy prices are coming down. That's the national picture that will be remembered in years to come about what this government has done in just 18 months after the chaos of decades of the Tory government. Moving to Medway, we take that down into our community here. What have we been up to in the last 3 years? A new local plan where we know that proper planning leads to better infrastructure, the big issue that's been raised this evening, and better communities. A new river strategy, a new fleet of refuse collection vehicles, and a waste strategy now underway, bringing huge benefits in the course of its production. This is done in a key partnership and a very close partnership with Medway North. We've got new green spaces at Deangate and Temple Marsh, a new local nature reserve in the Horsehead Valley in partnership with Kent Wildlife Trust, and a new national nature reserve at Ranscombe Farm in partnership with the Kent Downs National Landscape Team. Our public transport now, a new local transport plan is currently being produced this year, and in that, 60% of the people, when in the consultation on that, when talked about bus services, said, please can we have real-time information screens, and we are providing those as part of our bus service improvement plan. We're cracking on with a new local cycling and walking infrastructure plan that complements our Safer, Healthier Streets programme, and especially our amazing School Streets programme, bringing health and well-being for our local children and the neighbourhoods around our school. A refreshed climate change action plan that is delivering on our air quality, our community energy initiatives, and thousands of new trees. This is just a snapshot of what we're delivering, and others are already telling you about other things. And we've heard that so much more we can do for the community, but this is on top of the 1.35 million a day that is being spent on essential services. This is how an administration works.
Councillor Coombs, please.
Thank you. I've heard lots tonight about potholes and parking. Well, I want to talk about people, and in particular, the 65,000 children and young people who live here in Medway. Yeah. The key considerations in the education element of this budget were to deliver high-quality services with financial responsibility, while at the same time moving forward with our ambitions for improving outcomes for children and young people in Medway. In education, the proposed increase is mainly driven by the rise in pupil numbers and the increasing demand for EHCPs. Now, we know how important it is for families that we get things right for children, and we take our statutory responsibilities very seriously. Not so the previous Conservative administration, under which too many families of children with SEND were being let down. Because of a lack of vision and investment in 2023, only 4% of education, care and health assessments were being completed within the statutory timeframe. This was clearly unacceptable, and with our committed investment, we're now above the national average for timeliness of assessments. And I'm proud that with this budget, we're taking a proactive approach to ensure we continue to meet growing demand. As a former reception teacher and head of a primary school, I know how important it is to get children off to the best start in early years. When children get high quality experiences in nursery, preschool and reception classes, when families are given the right support at the right time, when early years settings are well equipped and welcoming with high quality provision, the youngest members of our community start school well prepared, ultimately giving them the best chance to be successful in education, in the workplace and in our community. This is why this budget includes an investment to support this administration's ambition of giving every child the best start in life. I'd also like to highlight that the budget includes investment in the information, advice and guidance and post-16 services. And this shows our commitment to helping young people, not in education, employment or training, find the right placement, course, training or employment opportunity. We welcome the Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill, which gives increased powers to local authorities and a whole range of important measures, including the oversight of children and young people who are not in school. This strengthens safeguarding and helps ensure that all Medway children receive a suitable education. And this budget contains investment to make sure we meet the new statutory duties which will arise from this bill. So we're proud of our ambitious programme to improve outcomes for children and young people in Medway. And I'd like to pay tribute to officers who work so hard to help us realise our ambitions. This budget's been developed to ensure we're able to move forward with this while continuing to provide the high quality education, services and support for our children and young people. It's what they deserve.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mahill, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I've long suspected that I don't know what's going on. And you know what, these amendments have just proven it. Amendment after amendment, where apparently you can just delete economic regeneration, like it's something we don't believe in anymore. At some point, it started to get a bit personal. It was almost my entire portfolio was just delete, delete, delete. So economic growth, apparently, I missed that as a solution. So thank you for that. That's I can't believe I missed that. That economic growth is the way to balance the books. We can just maybe add it as a line, economic growth in the papers, and add 10 million or 10 billion if this is how we're gonna balance the books. And we have to contend with some of the common sense solutions that have been presented, which I'd argue are neither common nor sensible. And we've got Peninsula, where we believe that it gets disproportionately more traffic. That's just not true. But I'm sure that the independent group truly believes that, and that's probably the heart of the problem, some of the beliefs that underpin these amendments. Meanwhile, what we have is, and what we have put forward, is that we're getting on with the job with £1.5 million with Pride in Place funding that the government has provided, with the shopfront grant scheme underway, with applications already flying in. We've got investment in our visitor economy, the continuation of the SPF programme, Gillingham and Rainham Regeneration Enablement Fund. We have the Safe and Clean High Streets Initiative, because we believe in that. And we're also developing the Chatham bid, or the Business Improvement District, which, if we were to look back, perhaps in 10, 15 years, would probably be the most transformative policy if it's allowed to get through, all while having still the lowest council tax rate in Kent. All on target, with 3 years of EFS as outlined in year one after we came in, all while dealing with the mess that the previous Conservative administration left us with. So I can say the very, very ideological project of regeneration in Medway is safe with this Labour administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Howcroft-Scott, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm really proud of this budget. I'm proud to be Labour and cooperative at a time when this administration has made difficult but principled choices dealing with services and real people and protecting our most vulnerable, strengthening early years, strengthening provisions for safeguarding to support children in care, our care leavers. I'm proud to be the chair of the Children's Young People Committee. I see the impact these decisions make every day. Support for children with special education needs and disabilities, a strong focus on mutual health, on well-being, investment in early years, prevention, is a clear commitment to keeping children safe and doing the best for them, not the okey-cokey that shower provided us with inadequate and serious weaknesses, nearly having our children's services taken away from us, closing our outstanding children home. This budget is honest, it's about the challenges we face, and it's given the evidence that we're getting on with the job, we're ambitious, we're compassionate, and we're going to do the job. I want to thank officers, I want to thank partners, I want to thank schools, I want to thank providers, foster carers, social workers, school governors, and our youth service, as well as our volunteers who work tirelessly for the children and young people in Medway, and this budget will back them up. And I want to thank our esteemed leader for doing a great job in this administration, this proud Labour and cooperative administration, because he understands the simple truth that if we invest in our children and young people, we invest in the future of Medway. This is a proud Labour and cooperative budget, and in fairness of opportunity, supporting all our communities, we should be proud to support it, strengthening financial stability, sustainability and long-term community strengths. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gurung, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with the Leader of the Council that yes, there are ongoing significant financial pressures on the Council, and we can also see great efforts from every cabinet member, corporate management team, as well as departments within the Council to maintain higher standards of service delivery whilst applying fiscal prudence and discipline and remaining highly ambitious for every part of Medway, because our residents deserve the best opportunities to thrive. In terms of Medway's culture, libraries, heritage, as well as sports and leisure services, with heads of service Paul Cowell and Bob Diamond respectively, Medway as a whole can be very proud that 2025 was such a remarkable year in which we not only delivered but thrived. The huge successes of our festivals and events, theatres, libraries, archive centre, event spaces, as well as use of key heritage assets and sports and leisure spaces are shining beacons and the envy of many other local authorities, prompting praise and increased external funding and partnership support from national organisations, spotlighting Medway as one of the most exciting and strong creative place where we always elevate each other. Just watch this space. Indeed, Medway is now writing our own positive narrative, one of immense strength, resilience, and courage, and why we are proud to be Medway. As such, we can't be prouder to support the community-led bid for Town of Culture by the historic dockyard Chatham. We are reaching out and involving our communities more than ever. We are very proud that our events are more inclusive than ever, and our theatres are attracting the largest ever audiences. Medway stood proud and tall in how we marked in the most rousing and then the most poignant ways when we joined the nation in marking VE80 and VJ80 days. Our heritage, culture, and sports events continue to boost pride in place, community well-being, and boost the local economy as well. We have seen notable expansion and strengthening of partnerships, national visibility, and unwavering community support for all of our heritage, culture, and sports services. The success of our sports centres and our sports activities such as Medway Mile, mini youth games, our Strand open-air swimming pool are great examples of how our clear sports and leisure strategies have benefited Medway and all her residents. We have achieved record membership numbers, and all our sports centres are on course to exceed budgeted income targets, and we are finally in line with the Council's long-term ambition to make the centres operationally sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tijan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, let's be candid. No one in this chamber envies the task of balancing a budget when 75% of your resources, some 405 million, is swallowed by rouse and tired of adult and children's social care. We recognize the administration's effort to protect the most vulnerable. We welcome the Medway 2.0 digital shift, long overdue, Mr. Mayor, and we acknowledge the tactical olive branch of slightly lower short-stay parking fees to support struggling high street. Mr. Mayor, these are necessary steps, but it doesn't go far enough. It doesn't go far enough. And where the administration seeks genuine efficiency, they will find us a critical friend. However, when they don't go far enough, we will call it out. We cannot ignore, Mr. Mayor, the 10.1 million elephant in the room. This budget isn't balanced by innovation. It is balanced by borrowing for the third year running. We are asking for exceptional financial support. In plain English, Mr. Mayor, we are taking out a payday loan to pay our mortgage. It is not good enough. For the residents of Medway and the small businesses, this means a 4.99% rise in council tax. With minimum viable service, we are charging more for less. Furthermore, Councillor Corrie, we are at the end of our 2020 to 2027 carbon budget. And while the administration pats itself on the back for hitting its target, this budget lacks the capital teeth to meet the next 2032 deadline. We are sleepwalking into a climate cliff edge because we're too busy plugging revenue holes with debt and advancing vanity projects. Mr. Mayor, there's a better way. This budget keeps the lights on for today, but it leaves Medway in the dark for tomorrow. We oppose the reliance on debt, we oppose the lack of climate ambition, and we demand a budget that invests in our resident potential, not just their patient. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Nestorov, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been listening all night to all kinds of ludicrous statements coming from the other side. We have, on one side, the Conservative complaining about problems they have created. They talk about chaos, they talk about economic mismanagement, the same mismanagement they delivered and that we are still suffering the effects from today. Let's not forget, it was the Conservative policies that gave this country a double-digit inflation. It was the disastrous mini-budget that blew a hole in the public finance and sent mortgages rates soaring. Lister's mini-budget, or as I call it, the mini-gun budget, because it did so much damage, it decimated the confidence in our government and left working families paying the price. Then the leader of the opposition tried to label reform as somehow a left-wing party. Well, someone might want to tell all the Tories MP that joined reform that they apparently joined a left-wing party. The jokes really write themselves. Currently, all reform MPs have at some point been a Conservative MPs. On the other side, we have Reform UK offering more of the same right-wing chaos. Dodge cuts that didn't find any cuts, Trump-style politics, division instead of solution, climate change denial, pay cuts, headlines instead of responsibilities. We can see where the road leads. In the United States, this kind of extreme politics have driven instability, division, and soaring living cost. Not to mention that USA has never been closer to totalitarianism than it is today. This is not a model for Medway, and this is not a model for Britain. Now, here in Medway, I believe we're doing things better. We're choosing a balanced budget, a Labour budget built on fairness, responsibility, and real leadership. We're putting investment where it's needed the most, into the communities, into the services families rely on every single day. As mentioned so many times before, we spent 1.35 million every single day on social care. That's not just a number, it's our commitment to all the residents and vulnerable adults and families that depend on this. Above all, we're delivering a budget for all the people of Medway.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wildey, please.
Thank you. The level of debate from the members opposite seems to be, we'll throw insults about because we don't have any answers to questions that are raised. The level of debate is deplorable from those opposite, and the insults seem to just keep on coming. It happened at Cabinet when I asked questions, and it's happening tonight to all of us when we're asking questions. We're told how wonderful they are doing on the environment, where their plan is to put 40% more building onto what used to be called the green lung of Medway, Capstan Valley. There's an opportunity to levering £200,000 into one of our youth provisions in Lordswood, and the members opposite won't even ask Maidstone for the money, which we're then told, not from the council, but from other sources, that the money will be forthcoming. In so many ways, they are letting down our people, and they're doing all of this building on borrowing, and then they're saying we're doing wonderful things for our children, which it's our children which will end up paying back their borrowing, their government's borrowing. Always the same old answer to everything: borrow money and let someone else pay it back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Turpin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to come in this evening just on some sort of comments I've heard this evening, really. Just firstly on sort of the leader's remark that, you know, we voted against weekly bin collections, and I think he knows in his heart that that isn't true. We all praise Medway's weekly bin collections, and I think if that is the case, just because we vote against the budget, that we vote against every single itemised thing, then what how many 16 years in opposition, then I assume that you were against a weekly bin collection and all that time when you were voting against the budget in those years. So I just wanted to sort of clarify that. With regards to sort of, there's a couple of things, I mean, there's several things, but a couple of things I pick up on within the budget. Welcome the reduction in the 30-minute parking. I think it's important for our town centres, but I'm really concerned about the over 20% increase to 1 and 2 hour parking, because we can't just run around in 30 minutes and get everything done. We want to encourage people to be in our high streets. We've talked about the safety in our high streets. I think the more people you get there shopping, the safer they're going to be. It's, we need to promote our businesses within Medway, and it's really not encouraging people to shop locally if we're going to be charging them so much to park there. They're just going to go drive off a little bit further and get somewhere they can park for free. And if we're talking about sort of, again, in the leader's speech earlier, he talked about sort of the number of minutes that statutory services pay for. I mean, maybe he can explain the number of minutes that statutory services will get paid for with this uplift in this parking, because I don't think it'll be very many minutes at all. So I think that the damage and the impact it will have on businesses far outweighs the income that we will get from that. A couple of other things I've noticed, when we're a child-friendly Medway, I noticed that we're increasing the entry for families going into Rochester Castle, Upnor Castle, the Guildhall and Eastgate. We're keeping all the other fees the same, but we're increasing the amount for families, which again, cost of living, families with children finding it difficult to, have things to do, that they can afford. I think that's a real concern. And just Councillor Marhill on his sort of awareness of the traffic on the Hoo Peninsula. I mean, I don't know if he's aware of the high level of council business rates that come from the Hoo Peninsula. And I wonder how we get those business rates is because obviously there's a lot of businesses out there and there's a lot of businesses that need HGVs. So there is a real high level of traffic going up and down those roads, possibly
Councillor,
compared to
your time.
other areas.
Thank you very much. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to speak. You've heard that from quite a few members tonight, but I've got to say I find it quite striking to hear the Conservative group lecture this administration on governance and financial responsibility. When they were in power, many of their own councillors openly admitted they often didn't know what was going to happen on budget night. There was poor communication, weak leadership, and far too often a complete disconnect between the backbenches, the cabinet, and their leader. And when you all say that you look at us and you think that we're poor this evening, look how inclusive we are, Councillor Wildey. Look at all the information we know from our leader and cabinet. There's nothing hidden. We're not hiding anything this evening. So I want to say that, when they were in power, Mr. Mayor, decisions were unclear, engagement was minimal, and scrutiny was treated as an inconvenience rather than a strength. This Labour budget is the opposite of that. It is open, it is deliberate, and it is rooted in the realities of our residents facing every day rising demand, growing complexity, and a social care system under immense pressure. The proposed care home is a good investment. You know that, Councillor Wildey. You sit on scrutiny for a long time. You know the pressures we're under. And I make no apology for saying that it is a good investment. We need it, keeping care local, reducing reliance on costly out-of-area placements, and ensuring dignity and stability for our older residents. Point of order.
Councillor MacDonald, sorry. Councillor Wildey.
I gave my reasons that I think the care home needs to answer questions. And on scrutiny, I don't think I ever, as chairman, curtailed any debate, whereas now we are timed, it's curtailed, and I disagree with some of the ways it's run.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I didn't say that. They'd done an amendment which was taking away the care home. So I was sticking to the facts. We need it, keeping care local, reducing reliance on costly out-of-area placements, and ensuring dignity and stability for our older residents is not optional. Failing to invest now would simply store up greater costs and greater human consequences later. This budget does not pretend that choices are easy, but it does make the right ones. It plans responsibly, invests wisely, and prioritises people over politics. That is why I'm proud to support the budget this evening, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no other members, so I go back to Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clark, and can I thank all members for their contributions, some of which I agreed with, some of which I didn't. Let me start with Councillor Lawrence. I'll remind you that the previous Conservative administration, when we took over from them, Sitfa said, and I quote, "Medway Council is in a grave situation in relation to its financial sustainability." Now, you could have been a part of that administration, but the people of Watling saw to that by electing the brilliant Councillor Chrissy Stamp instead. And let me just be very clear. I don't want to give a spoiler alert to Regen when Simon and I are there later in the year. But here's the thing. When you take over a series of business organisational relationships, and there is no contract in place, that's a pretty difficult place to begin with. And I think some questions to ask when we get to that meeting, which I look forward to, and I'm grateful for the members' item that you've placed. Councillor Llewellyn-Prenter, thank you for your work and recognising once again it's this administration which is increasing its portfolio of homes, Medway homes for Medway residents. Proud of that and long may that continue. Councillor Coombs is absolutely right in recognising that when we took over, this council was breaking the law 96% of the time when it came to EHCP statutory responsibilities. Shameful. We've made that better, and I thank her for her leadership in that. Can I thank Councillor Dan MacDonald for his leadership as ONS Chair and recognising this council is more transparent than ever before. No rabbits out the hat, no big theatre. This is governance. This is getting on with running the council, being as open and transparent as we can, giving information as quickly as we can, and I thank officers, particularly under leadership of the Chief Operating Officer, for assisting us as an administration dealing with that. Can I thank Councillor Mark Joy for his helpful contribution? It is right. I think on the whole, if there is one thing where there is genuine cross-party consensus, it's that Medway is making that progress to outstanding. Compare that to our friends down the road at Bluebell Hill. I'm proud of the work that continues every single day because children really do matter in Medway. Can I thank Simon, Councillor Curry, for his great work. He is not a climate change denier. He is a climate change tackler. He's getting out there, working with the community, working with residents, working with officers to make a difference. We know it's a challenge out there. So can I thank all colleagues for their contributions? I'm proud of this budget we bring forward tonight. I'm proud of this Labour and Cooperative Administration working hard every day for the people of Medway. We will continue to do that. Every single day this council exists, we will work hard for this community with the resources we have from a Labour administration in government, a Labour administration as our MPs, and a Labour administration on Medway Council. Proud to be Medway.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. We now come to the recorded vote on the substantive motion. Mr. Chief Executive, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll call each member in turn. Please indicate whether you are voting for or against or whether you are abstaining. Councillor Anang. Councillor Anima Shawn. Councillor Bowen. Councillor Brake. Councillor Brown. Councillor Campbell. Mr. Mayor.
Against.
Councillor Cook. Councillor Coombs. Councillor Curry. Councillor Etheridge. Councillor Fern. Councillor Field. Councillor Filmer. Councillor Finch. Councillor Gilbourne. Councillor Golvin. There's left. Councillor Garung. Councillor Hackwell. Councillor Hammond-Dichet. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Halcroft-Scott. Councillor Hubbard. Councillor Hine. Councillor Jackson. Councillor Jones. Councillor Joy. Councillor Kemp. Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Marhill. Councillor Mandarakis. Councillor Maple. Councillor MacDonald. Councillor Murray. Councillor Myton. Councillor Nestorov. Councillor Nestorova. Councillor Peake. Councillor Pearce. Councillor Perfect. Councillor Luella Prenter. Councillor Mark Prenter. Councillor Price. Councillor Sands. Councillor Shockar. Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Against.
Councillor Stamp. Councillor Tijan. Councillor Mrs. Turpin. Councillor Van Dyke. Councillor Vi. Councillor Wildy. Councillor Williams. Mr. Mayor, the budget is agreed.
Thank you, members. We come now to agenda item number 10, the One Medway Council Plan. All those dates, KPI refresh. Councillor Maple, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you very much, Mayor Clark. I'm pleased that we've returned to the normal rules of debate, and I think everybody else will be as well. One of the few things that I actually agreed with my predecessor on is that we spend an unlimited time as council and group leaders on how we put the money together, but the normal rules when it comes to the plan to spend it. And I think actually I'm incredibly proud that this is, of course, people will know, the first ever council plan that was consulted on with the public. We continue to make good progress on a number of indicators. I'd refer colleagues particularly to paragraph 3.7. You can see there we're continuing the vast majority of key performance indicators remaining unchanged, and you can see in more detail, and I'm sure colleagues have got specific questions, I'm happy to take those, but the majority of those key performance indicators remain the same. There is the ability under 1.3, and I know this was subject to some conversation at scrutiny, to delegate authority to the Chief Executive in consultation with myself to agree any new key performance indicators and interim targets where applicable. This is specifically around, I would say, and where I think we would use the powers, if new things are put upon us, particularly new statutory responsibilities, or indeed new changes and dramatic changes. And again, I would imagine in some of those cases, scrutiny themselves, which I know was a suggestion, would be looking at that, obviously, as they do on a very regular basis. So I'm very happy to move the recommendations as laid out. Can I place on record my thanks to the teams across the council that provide the detailed analysis, the scrutiny, to allow overview and scrutiny in particular, as well as us as a cabinet, to look at this on a regular basis. And I'm really proud actually of the transparent way that we give this to the public. You know, the vast majority of the public, of course, are not necessarily interested in every key performance indicator of the council, but for those who are, more transparent than ever before, better narrative than ever before, you know, recognising where there are still some challenging key performance indicators. I'm the first to say not everything is green, and that's okay, because sometimes there will be challenges, and we'll work through that as we have done with some of the things we've dealt with over the last 2.5 years. So very pleased to move the recommendations to tonight's council. Thank you, Mayor Clark.
Thank you. Is that supported? Councillor Murray, speak now or reserve the right?
I'll speak now. Thank you, Mayor Clark. One of the good things about this plan is that interconnectivity of the strategic priorities, because what it means is that we take a one Medway approach to problems, that we're upfront and proud of mustering all of the things in our toolbox to tackle a problem. And I was talking this morning, and very pleased to be one of the speakers at the Kent and Medway Employment Summit down in Ashford. And I was asked by the summit how we tackle worklessness in Medway. And I was able to say we use a one Medway approach. We stand around the people who haven't got jobs. We're prepared to work with the DWP. We're prepared to look at health needs in the context of somebody not having work. We're prepared to understand whether having poor housing leaves somebody in a state of stress and inability to make the most of their own potential, and think about, as a one Medway approach, how we together can make things better. And actually, after I spoke this morning, lots of people came up to me. They genuinely did. I didn't know many of them. And they said, we like that speech. We like that approach. We think it could work. It sounds to us as if you're making things happen. So I was pleased and proud to be able to commend this approach to a whole lot of people, because I'd like them to take that kind of approach to things as well. And what the plan does is make sure that we keep an eye on what we're doing, that we monitor how things are going, that we change direction if we need to, and we do that quickly if one of the indicators starts to fall short. It's not just a piece of paper. It's not just a digital storage box. It's a real way for us to encapsulate our ambition, to hold a mirror up to ourselves and think about what we're doing, and to make sure that we make the very most of being able to work together.
Councillor T. please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, let me start with a simple truth. A strategic plan is only as strong as the outcomes it delivers, and outcomes are only as credible as the measures we can use to track them. We are told that this refreshed KPI set will modernize and streamline performance monitoring. But when we look closer, Mr. Mayor, a worrying pattern emerges. This is not just a technical update, it is a political choice. A choice about what this council measures, what it prioritizes, and ultimately what it is willing to be held accountable for. The One Medway plan sets out ambitions we all share: stronger communities, better health, a cleaner environment, and a thriving economy. And a council that listens, of course. But aspiration did not change lives, Mr. Mayor. Delivery does. And delivery must be measured honestly. Yet, the cracks are clear. We talk about reducing inequalities, but the gaps in education, health, and income are widening. We talk about clean and safe communities, but residents see dirtier streets, rising antisocial behavior, and declining public places with potholes everywhere. We talk about well-run council, but we face financial strain, recruitment challenges, and unstable services. A plan, Mr. Mayor, is only as credible if it matches reality, and reality must not be hidden behind selective measurement. So let's highlight three concerns, Mr. Mayor. First, the removal of KPI that show poor performance. We're told that data is unavailable or measure is no longer appropriate, but too often these are the very indicator that performance has been consistently off track. If KPI is failing, the answer is not to delete them. The answer is to fix them. Secondly, Mr. Mayor, some targets lack ambition. Lowering expectation does not inspire improvement. It signals resignation, and Medway deserves ambition, not managed decline. Thirdly, Mr. Mayor, the gap in key priority areas. We claim children come first, that tackling health inequality is central, that climate action cut across everything, yet the KPIs in the area remain thin. If we cannot measure progress, we cannot claim progress. Residents expect transparency, they expect accountability, they expect a council that measures what matters, not a curated list designed to present a more favorable picture. They expect a plan that is slave. Mr. Mayor, we support a strategic plan. We support performance monitoring, and we support the officers who work tirelessly under immense pressure. This council must do better. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Finch, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At first glance, I too thought this looked like housekeeping. A few tweaks to KPIs, a few technical updates, but let's not kid ourselves. Key performance indicators are how this council defines success. They are how we decide whether we're improving or whether we're just moving the goalposts. And when you read this refresh properly, you start to notice something. Targets are being lowered. Business creation cut from 8,000 to 4,000 over the life of the plan. That's not a small adjustment, that's ambition being halved. Adult education retention down from 94% to 88%. Unemployment now framed with a margin of error that stretches from 2.5% to 4.5%. Residents don't live inside margins of error, they live in the real world. And then we've got indicators being removed altogether. The deprivation measure gone because it won't update within the plan period. So instead of saying we're still monitor deprivation, we're just deleting it from the dashboard. If things don't improve, will we know, or will we just stop measuring it? And then there's delegation. We're being asked to allow the chief executive with the leader to agree new KPIs and interim targets. Now, I understand the argument of flexibility, responsiveness, technical adjustments, but KPIs are political. They reflect priorities. And if targets shift mid-year, residents deserve to see that debated openly, not nodded through as a procedural change. We're told 57 indicators unchanged, 24 amended, 11 removed, 7 added, 11 still awaiting data. That's not minor tidying up. That's a significant rewrite of how success is measured. Some changes are reasonable, some reflect national reporting shifts, but taken together, it feels less like driving improvement and more like redesigning the scoreboard. Mr. Mayor, the One Medway Council plan talks about being ambitious, trusted, proud. Ambition doesn't mean lowering the bar. Trust doesn't mean widening the targets until we can't miss. And pride doesn't mean having economic growth expectations. KPIs are promises. And before we agree this refresh, we need to be sure we're not quietly redefining success to make life easier. Residents don't want better statistics. They want better outcomes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. No other speaker. I'll go back to Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor Clark, and I welcome, although I don't agree with them, the contributions from colleagues on the other side of the room, and I thank my friend and Deputy Leader for her excellent seconding of the proposals. Look, let's be real. I mentioned in my opening remarks that, of course, we do this at the same time as the budget, and actually both contributions talked about economic growth. Your amendments took some of those economic growth elements away. Very, very concerning from my perspective. You know, climate change, we had a Business for Climate Change meeting here in Medway, one of the first in the country. You're taking away the officers that would deliver that. So from my perspective, I think this is very clear. Look, we are the only administration in the history of Medway Council to consult the public on our One Medway Council plan. And this is an important plan. It always is, but more so than ever, with the horizon of LGR, people will be looking, what does a unitary authority, a well-run unitary authority look like? And I know, because I've had people from all parties saying they know what we're doing here is good. These are not my words, these are words from people on a cross-party perspective, some of the stuff we've been doing, particularly around Pride in Place, as recognised in a recent LGA document. So look, I'm incredibly proud of the work that has gone into this. It is right and appropriate where things change. Sometimes targets change, sometimes because of national factors, sometimes because of local factors, and that's right and appropriate, and that's been the case. And I think back to the previous administration, they had a target around digital take-up that never had a data set, ever. So look, from that perspective, I will not take any lessons from people who had a target that never had a data set. It is about saying, look, this is a living document. We need to make sure that we're working with the information we have now. And as you see, well over half continue to be in the place they were where we consulted. Some have changed, like I say, particularly because of national reporting and national changes. So I'm very pleased to move this. I thank officers for this. And of course, all members will be able to hold this plan to account on a quarterly basis at scrutiny committees. And I welcome that because unlike previous administrations where people got sacked for speaking up at overview and scrutiny, I welcome scrutiny from all other 58 councillors, or 50 councillors, because obviously the Cabinet can't be on there, because that's the right and appropriate thing to do. From my perspective, I want all councillors to be able to hold this administration to account, recognise where we're doing well, but of course where we need to improve. And there will always be room for improvement because we're ever growing, ever changing, making positive change for the people of Medway.
Thank you. Members, is that agreed or do we need to go to the votes? Agreed. Thank you very much. Come now to agenda item 11, the Pay Policy Statement 2026-2027. Councillor Mark Prenter, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you. As Chair of the Employment Matters Committee, I'm pleased to introduce Medway Council's Pay Policy Statement for 26-27. This annual statement plays an important role in ensuring transparency, accountability in how we reward and support our workforce as required by the Localism Act 2011. It sets out clearly our approach to pay for all employees, from our lowest paid colleagues to our senior leadership, reflecting the principles of fairness, consistency and responsible stewardship of public funds. The committee has given consideration to the updates proposed for this year, including changes designed to improve the efficiency of our recruitment processes and ensure that our policies remain responsive to current labour market conditions. We also noted the ongoing work to review allowances and wider pay structures, ensuring they continue to meet organisational needs while maintaining equity across the workforce. I'd like to thank officers and colleagues for their detailed work in preparing this statement and for their commitment to maintaining a fair and transparent approach to pay. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that supported? Councillor Van Dijk, do you wish to speak now or reserve the right?
I'll speak now, if that's okay. Council is asked to note the Employment Matters Committee comments as set out at section 5 of the report, and the uplifts to salaries are commended, including to avoid delays in recruitment to key posts where salaries are 1,000 100,000 proposal was to increase the threshold up to 150k with approval as necessary and appropriate. The pay policy statement for 2027 is referred to full council for agreement as required, and to address hard to recruit skills shortage with market supplements. Key change is an amendment removing requirements for approval of full council to any appointment above assistant director with a salary over 100k but less than 150k, with approval to be delegated to the appointments committee. And remuneration offered to senior employees, with newly appointed senior employees starting at the lowest point in their pay range, taking account of current remuneration and market factors. So EMC noted the updated pay policy statement with referral to full council for agreement. This will address skills shortage and a retention policy to be addressed as appropriate. And we're already increasing permanent staff in place of locums. Other elements of remuneration are set out in paragraphs 2.33 to 2.66 of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hackwell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As has been said, this paper has been reviewed by the Employment Matters Committee, and the Employment Matters Committee referred them to full council for agreement, which is what our job is. I think, as has been said by Councillor Prenton and Councillor Van Dijk, that approving the statement ensures we remain compliant with the law. I think the point that has been made is this year's statement includes a vital amendment to our recruitment process, because we have lost some people because we couldn't approve it quickly enough, and we've increased the threshold from 100,000 to 150 for senior roles. So yeah, happy to support this, and let's get to the vote.
Councillor Finch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The pay policy statement sets out how senior pay works: salaries, allowances, pensions, approval thresholds, all perfectly lawful, all transparent. And I'll say at the outset, this is not a personal criticism of the chief executive or senior officers. They operate under serious pressure and carry significant responsibility. That's recognised. But this is about governance, not personalities. The current pay multiple between the highest salary and the median salary is 5.42. Senior officers may receive special allowances up to £9,615 in the case of the chief executive. There are market supplements and retention payments where needed, and we are being asked to increase the threshold for full council approval of senior appointments to £150,000. Now, in ordinary times, that might feel routine, but these are not ordinary times. Council tax is rising by nearly 5%. We are relying on exceptional financial support. Interest and financing costs stand at 24.7 million. When finances are tight, scrutiny should increase, not decrease. Raising the approval threshold may make processes smoother, but smoother should not mean less oversight. Everything in this document may be lawful, it may be standard practice, but residents will rightly expect that senior remuneration and governance arrangements are tested just as rigorously as frontline budgets. Transparency isn't just publishing the numbers, it's being ready to justify them, and that's the standard we should be applying. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perfect, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The famous line, I wasn't planning to speak on this item, but I'm now going to speak on this item very briefly. I just wanted to reassure Councillor Finch around that point. I mean, there is, as laid out within the papers without going through verbatim what's in them, obviously the requirement already is that this comes to the Appointments Committee around these senior appointments anyway. So none of these appointments are just sort of made on the hoof, so to speak, or made directly by officers. They're made by the Appointments Committee. And I think that the leader and I had a conversation regarding the change of the threshold some months ago, and I agreed with him that it was appropriate to increase that, particularly due to the fact that that hadn't been reviewed in a number of years, and obviously due to inflation, etc., prices have been rising. So, in terms of salaries, so I think it is broadly appropriate, and I think it ensures that we can get on with appointments without needing to potentially wait for the council cycle in order to secure approval. So I think that was the reason for that, and I think it was achieved on a cross-party basis as well. I think in terms of officer pay, I think that the conversation regarding that we've had previously through obviously the bands that we've referenced before in terms of the Medway senior staff scales, etc., which are already set out. And I think Councillor Hackwell and I know Councillor Prenter, etc., discussed that at the Employment Matters Committee, and I think there is robust debate around those bands as well. And obviously the process that the leader referenced earlier on in the meeting has gone on for some time. So yeah, that's the reason why we're comfortable with the policy statement. Thank you.
Maple.
Thank you. I too wasn't going to speak in this debate, but I want to remind people about efficiency. So colleagues will recall that last year we ended up having 3 council meetings on the same night. 2 of those exceptional, and it's great to see the Deputy Mayor back in his place, and of course an exceptional meeting because of the current processes we're going through. But actually we had to have a 3rd meeting of a full council just to agree that we could appoint an assistant director. Now, what 5.2 makes very clear, and I'm very clear on this, to recruit a chief executive, that is still and remains a decision for this full council. For other roles which are within those salary ranges laid out in paragraph 5.2, it is appropriate. There's still member oversight. There could still be proposals, particularly obviously from the administration. If we chose at any point of our senior member of staff leaving for whatever reason that we want to restructure, we could take that opportunity. I have to say, with LGR around the corner, I think that's unlikely. But that is absolutely our right as the administration. And again, the previous administration did that at various points. So some of those decisions I didn't agree with, but that's the right of the administration to do that at the time. So rest assured there will still be member oversight. Those minutes, although they're often quite short, are available in the public domain when obviously offers of employment have been made. So I just want to put that in the public domain so people have got that peace of mind. For the senior head of paid service, that will always be a council decision. But for the avoidance of doubt, I am hoping we don't have to make that decision as Medway Council. Thank you, Mayor Clark.
Thank you. I'll go back to the proposer, Councillor Mark Prenter.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. A lot of that I was going to come back with, mainly to Councillor Finch, has been covered by both Councillor Maple and obviously the Conservative leader, Councillor Perfect. But obviously the MedPay review hasn't been completed for senior leaders, so that will come through. And on the allowances we've been agreed to look at all the allowances to see whether they're still fit. Are they serving the purpose that they were there for? And also paying Medway's different. So are some of them allowances were there before needed? Are they needed in other areas? So that is where the governance is going ahead. I just want to say as well to thank all members of JCC, that includes the trade unions, and also all the members that are on EMC. I know you're not on it, Councillor Finch, but you can watch online. It's very exciting, trust me. We do have good, robust conversations that we work together, slightly from different sides, but it is about getting the right policies that cover many things, including a breastfeeding policy that's come through our committee to ensure that all members of our staff on Medway are within the law and are being looked at and treated in the right way. So thank you very much, and yeah, I urge to support. Thank you.
Is that agreed, members? Agreed. Thank you very much. Come to the final item, agenda item 12, report for information, the disposal of the freehold of Rainham Shopping Centre, as laid out on page 457 of your agendas. So moving on to our final report, agenda item 12, this report is included for information only and not for debate. So accordingly, members have received that report, which leaves me only to thank our live stream viewers for watching tonight's meeting. And there being no further business, I declare the meeting closed. Please stand for the mace. Thank you.